It's just that easy. Okay. Shh, spoilers. Don't want anyone to know. Don't want anyone to know. Hello, Mega. Hello, homies. Y'all are here early. Usually takes a wee bit longer. I'm not complaining. Just interested. Let's start the rated games, shall we? Homies got first? Impossible. It cannot be. It can't be. Yes, homies? Come on in. This isn't a slot. Well, after bishop e7, it's the... Really? I'm not too familiar with this line. Doesn't look good. So I have an account where I'm 1234. Nice. Well, I would recommend against using alts on chess.com since it's against terms of service. Yes. I'm no snitch, but yeah. Technically against chess.com terms of service. Wait, why am I listed as a 2117 on the YouTube live stream? This is ridiculous. I'm a 2150, excuse you. I'm sorry, the one YouTube viewer who got lied to. But on the other hand, it's an upgrade, right? Upgrades, people upgrades. Lying, it's a curse on the account I have unspoken Riz. What makes you say that? What makes you say that? I'm not in love with my position. I don't hate it, but I'm not in love with it. Just kind of a shame. But I do have some ideas. For example, in this position, knight b5, I don't know if it's good, but it's an interesting idea. Weird. Also, Cormac, I've got what I'm fairly certain to be classified as good news. I have been looking into the Dutch. Nothing final yet, but I've been giving it a peek. Over the past 2 days, I've seen a few. I've looked at a few Grandmaster games. I've looked at some opening theory. Watched like 4 YouTube videos, 2 of which were like 45 minutes long. Yeah, it's a common sort of thing to feel like you play better against stronger players. However, the problem there is kind of being able to play against people who are playing inaccurately is an important skill. You know what I mean? Sure. I like the idea of this move. I've just done a little bit but I started looking into Leningrad theory. Which I did. I really went against ownership. This is witchcraft. Nah, it's difficult to play against lower rated players. It's a different kind of skill. Which sounds weird, but it totally is. Yeah, so I've been doing some research into the Leningrad. And it looks interesting. I've seen a few Grandmaster games. I watched a few YouTube videos, 2 of which were like 45 minutes long. I've read the introduction to a book. I haven't actually bought the full book yet because I'm cheap and I don't want to buy the book until I'm more sure that I want to play the actual opening, you know what I mean? Queen e8, c6, or a5? I thought it was queen e8, c6, or knight c6. Didn't know a5 was a move. Only my reading is limited. So far, I'm most tempted by queen e8. Again, I haven't decided yet, but so far, queen e8 looks interesting. I like it, but I might end up playing knight c6 because it seems to be the better established one. In either way, I don't really feel like playing c6. That's kind of the more secure aspect of it. Leningrad since I was like 15, 1600. I haven't looked at the Dutch since I was like 800. Because I did look at the Dutch once, but it was a long time ago. Hey, Yubo! How you been? How's our favorite banker doing? I know it's you. I could tell you're back. I'm less than blind sometimes. Hold on a second. Can I go queen h4, h5? I might just be losing here, but you know, first game of the day is always a little weak. I mean, it looks interesting. Busy, so busy. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. You might have knight f6 though. Guess that's the problem, ain't it? I think I just lost a piece. How you been? Chatbot blocked me. Just wanting enthusiasm for the record. I believe it. Enthusiasm is not something you're lacking. How you been anyway? I've been pretty good. College has been killing me because I don't have to take Russian. And it's like I'm learning Russian, but in Macedonian. And Macedonian's not my first language. So it's like learning a third language in your second, which is not fun. Yeah, that's what happened. You've cursed the rest of the stream as well. How does it feel? Feels quite amazing. That's not what you were supposed to say. You were supposed to say it feels terrible. You know, so college has been interesting. Chess has been going okay. I've been stagnating for a little bit, but I think I'm going to get back into it. Just from an elo perspective because I've been so busy and stressed. And every time I'm stressed, my elo tanks, which is both very annoying and very useful. It's annoying because I want to win, and it's useful because it means I have a very good way of measuring my stress levels at any given point. I barely played. Makes sense. Plateaus are natural. Like, does tend to get in the way of chess. Yeah. It's half that and half it's just difficult. You know, motivation. Barely played. That makes sense. What did Mr. Galt just say? Life does tend to get in the way of chess. I think that might be right. As unfortunate as that reality is. Do you like basketball? Not particularly. Nothing against it. Working 100-hour weeks doesn't leave much time. Goodness gracious. So, has work been killing you, or have you just been enjoying it, but it's really hard? Because 100-hour weeks can mean one of two things, right? It can mean either you're getting taken advantage of, or you've got a job you really like. Sometimes a combination of the two. Who is John Galt? Anyway. Sleep is for the weak, and I am strong. I made about 2 salary bonus last year. Hey, okay, that's not too terrible then. And in this economy, truth be told, I don't know what the economy is like where you live. You're UK, right? Your accent was more Scottish, though. I couldn't remember if you were. If I remember, but it's been a while. Like you said, it's been a while since you've been here. Scotland's in the UK. Well, yeah, but I remember you weren't. I don't think you lived in Scotland. I know Scotland's in the UK, but when I said UK, I meant like London, not London specifically, but and Great Britain. England is what I meant. I can't geography. I have too much American in me. Half is too much. If you could have like a quarter American, I think you'd be good. But half. Definitely thinks it was the entire UK. No, but I'm not from London. That's not how that works. Half his game over. Exactly. I do live in Scotland. Ah, okay. I think what happened was I never actually asked you where you lived, but I assumed, oh, finance, he lives in London because I know that London is like a financial hub of Europe. So that's probably what happened. Is I probably just assumed London because finance. That's probably what happened. Is YouTube Premium worth it? I have no idea. I don't subscribe to YouTube Premium. I honestly, I don't know. Just because I live in a country where YouTube is already has like half the ads. I'm 100% leaving the UK for work though. Oh, really? If you don't mind me asking, where roundabout are you planning on going? Should I delete all my alts? I would, but it's up to you. New York. So you found one of like 2 places in the world that's a downgrade. Honestly impressive. I respect it. I was about to say it can't get worse, right? And then it got worse. This guy wants me dead. Makes me uncomfortable. Because I don't want to die. Yeah, that makes sense though. No, I get it. I get it. I'll joke a lot about finance, but living out the Patrick Bateman fantasies, you got to live out some fantasy, right? Why not let it be a power fantasy? Don't quote me on that. Career in finance, not fond of big cities. Yeah, neither am I. But honestly, memes aside, Hugo, that's actually super cool. That that is really neat. Happy for you. Oh gosh, it's happening in real time. See, that's the one problem with Patrick Bateman. He just didn't record enough of his Sigma moments, so he couldn't make like Sigma and male edits. You know what I mean? He just like kind of existed. For BlackRock and State saying is a month. Huh. That's really cool. So you've been busy. That's excellent. Congratulations. Might lose this game, it seems. That would be very unfortunate, but very likely. How's the shampoo thing going? Does it work? I don't know yet. I'm still in a transition period. So I'll tell you once I know, basically. Because everything that I've read has indicated that the first few weeks is terrible. Ironically, private equity means fewer hours. Huh. It makes some sense. This is very bad. Going shampooless? I'm trying it. I read a few different articles that recommended it as an option. And me being the curious little goober I am, I wanted to try it. So I am. Yeah, it takes about a month. That's what I've heard. I've heard it takes a month to completely normalize, but it's fine by like week 2 or 3 or something. We're talking about finance, careers, and shampoo. So basically the most normal mix of subjects on an Nako stream. Okay, I need to play another one because that one was a terrible start. Now I've got my coffee and I need to get back above 21. I'm actually probably need to play another 2 because I need to get back above 2150. Also, I got back together with my ex. Ooh. Can't tell if that's a W or not. But that's the worst. Most people crack in week 2. So I did the thing where I eased into it by starting with using baking soda. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, Galt. But I did the thing where you start by just switching to baking soda. Is a W? In that case, congratulations. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So I did the thing where you start with baking soda. That way it eases the transition because it makes you a little less greasy at the start. And so I just went off of the baking soda as well. Well, to me, I don't want to do the appeal to nature, right? Because like there are a lot of times where having a bunch of random chemicals can be useful. I don't know. I don't know. It actually worked. Like for that period, it was only slightly different than normal shampoo. It's really weird. Anyway, I simply don't know if it's better or worse than natural. I don't have information necessary to make that decision, to like be certain. I've never had a lucid dream. I've always wanted to, but I never have. So what I want to do is I want to try it. That way I know. And for me, it's pretty much just that simple. I want to know. I'm a curious guy. This was a terrible move. I missed that he could take on G7. My dreams are half lucid. Lucky duck. I always wake up as soon as I realize I'm dreaming. Go, what's up? Talking about shampoo, dreams, and finance careers. Exactly, that's what I mean, Norwegian. I don't want to do things just because they're natural. Like, cancer is natural, you know what I mean? Have them reasonably regularly? Lucky. D4 I still want, so good news. 8. So, like, I don't want to do appeal to nature. I want to do something because it's better. Which is why I'm experimenting with the shampoo list thing. Because I simply don't know. Right? I don't know if it's better to have all the stuff that's in shampoo or if it's better to just not. Because there are conflicting sources. So I'm trying it out. I'll figure it out. Again, I wouldn't know. I've never had a lucid dream. No, using shampoo is better for my well-being. I'm in the worst of it, Norwegian. From everything I've read, it gets better about 4 weeks in, 3 weeks in. And then your hair goes back to how it is with shampoo. That's the whole point. Jeez! That's the whole point, you know? What religion are you? Protestant. Protestant Christian. That's kind of the point of the thing, is the argument, lucky, the argument is that you don't need the shampoo, so once your scalp gets used to not having shampoo, it'll just go back to normal, and you can just live your life shampooless. That's the argument. You should, Kate. That's a good idea. The correct one, exactly. Making these four things: caffeine, nicotine, ability to use a mouse in Excel, and a longing to move to a job in private equity. Sounds very healthy and sane. So I have no idea if the shampooless thing is accurate or not. As someone who is a chess.com partner, so and therefore does not want to talk a whole lot about competing websites, yes, it's a useful resource. Do you like watching MMA? No, I can't. It feels like agony. I can't watch it. I feel physical pain. I can't, man. What's your opinion on regarding the Palestine situation? Honestly, I have not done nearly enough research to have a confident opinion. I just haven't. Actually, natural Israel stuff. Oh, here we go. Murdering people's wrong. Well, obviously, the war shouldn't have. Everything I've read is indicated this war is horrible, right? But that's not what you were asking. And I feel like it's a cop out for me to say, "Oh, war bad," because in that case, it feels like I'm dodging the question. Which I guess in some sense I am dodging the question by saying I don't know, but I feel like it's a more honest to say I don't know than to say something corny and obvious. Which I'm not saying what Norwegian's saying is corny and obvious. I'm just saying that's why I'm not saying murder bad. And opinion on every issue in a given moment. I think half of that is that as the problem is people expecting everyone to have an opinion, but another half of it is people not being comfortable not having an opinion. You know what I mean? Like part of it's up to individuals to say I don't have an opinion, and that's hard to do. And it's something I want to get better at doing. I want to get better at not having opinions. No drive a conversation faster. It makes sense. So I will see, right? But not everyone can be fully educated on every topic. And it's the problem is when people feel like their topic becomes the one that you need to be educated on. Which, to be fair, the Israel-Palestine topic is a very important one and one that I should probably be more educated on than I am. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Can you not do that? Thank you. Oof. Yeah, I'm losing this one too. Okay, I'm cutting my losses after this game. Podcast I made about the topic. I'm getting 3 possible solutions. Supernatural ones and one pretty awful one. I don't think there is a non-awful solution there. I would prefer if you didn't avoid. Awful as in immoral. Oh, fair enough. I would strongly prefer that you didn't. Hello, Simon Ruskow. As a Ruskau is like Ruskau. Is it a Slavic name? Okay, now let me update my elo on Twitch. This is the moment of shame on my streams where I update my elo to a lower number. Okay, can't win elo every stream. Let me cope. Now we start with the actual playing viewers part of my playing viewers stream. I don't know, Void. I really don't. I left America when I was 13. I was not a 13-year-old. I did not play Call of Duty at the time, and so I was not a 13-year-old who used such language. You had to say it, or you had to read it? Muslims and love have family involved? Absolutely. Nope, I'm in North Macedonia currently. Have been for the past 8.5, almost 9 years. Okay, now let's actually start the playing. Oh, wrong button. Oh, we had to say it? Oh, that's... Poor guy. Okay, homies. Ten minutes as usual. Let's do it. That sounds less than fun. Huckleberry Finn had frequent use of the... Okay, I'm going to try out the Dutch. This is the first time I've ever played the Dutch, for the record. Do you guess the ELO stream? The problem is I know all of y'all's ELO. That's the issue here. I know every one of... but I have a general idea of, like, the ELO of most everyone in chat. It's a little bit of an issue for I guess the ELO stream. What's my ELO? I don't remember. But the point is it would be, for most people here, it would be easier. So they would have... The games would also have to be anonymized. Random games for random people? Yeah, anonymized. You only give PGN? That's what it would have to be. I'm going to do this. I don't know. Solution was to remove all civilians from Gaza and move them over to Egypt, then mass bomb and totally destroy Gaza. Before we go into Gaza with military personnel, the goal of eliminating Hamas completely. Before we move all civilians back into Israel, West Bank, and let the peace negotiations between Israel and the PLO begin. Possible Oslo Accords. There's a bit more detailed than that, but that's a general idea. So obviously you know it's Norwegian, but that's completely impossible. Which I guess is the problem. Not names a rating? That's what it would have to be. Totally immoral? Yeah, immoral and impossible. It makes sense. I could see how you would come to that solution knowing it's immoral and impossible. Like, I could see it. Okay, so I think this is the move. Did you see the new bots? I have seen them. I haven't done anything with them, but I do know of them. Why are you joining and then leaving? I'm so confused. To annoy the bot? The bot doesn't care. It just like flips a variable on your associated with your name. The system I made is simple-ish. Wait, since when has the UN actually done anything good? Poor bot? Why are you being so violent? Hello, Rad. Okay, guys, we're having some fun. It's time for the goofy chess. We are going to play G5. We're going to play G4. We're going to play H5. And I'm going to play like King G7, Rook G8 or something. Maybe like this. I have no idea. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. But we are going to kill him. Since a lot of times. Fair enough. Queen E8. Also Queen E8 at some point. I know Queen E8's an idea. So like queen e8, we're gonna go this way. We're gonna get in, or something like maybe rook f7, bishop f8, and we're going to kill him. There will be murder. Murder will be done by me. I'm not sure. Yeah, we also disagree on a wide berth of topics. Yeah, I found queen e8. I'm not sure if queen e8's good. I'm playing it because it's funny, but I don't know if it's good. Laugh. Ha ha ha. Okay, here's the plan. F3, knight f4. Yeah? Should have went queen d7. Queen d7 might have been better. But this also looks kind of difficult for him to deal with. So I'm not actually too dissatisfied. Queen d7 might have also been good, though. This is my first time playing the Dutch in the history of my chess career. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, maybe I played the Dutch once or twice when I was like an 800. I might have. I don't remember if I ever did, but I definitely looked into it. Yeah, that's the whole point, Galt. That was the example of a solution which wouldn't work and which was immoral, right? Norwegian was forced to come up with solutions for one of his classes in, I think it was college. So he did his best to come up with solutions knowing they wouldn't work. It does look counterintuitive. Plus, I like allowing knight h5 because knight h5 in this position looks very strong to me. I really think knight h5 was a meaningful threat. Bad move? Maybe. Let's find out. Check. I am going to play rook takes. Why do you say that, Hubskirt? What makes you say that, Hubskirt? Seemed like he was arguing that. Oh, no, he was not. No. He was not arguing that it was a good idea. He was arguing it was a bad idea. He led with that, but I could see how it would be unclear if you weren't here when he said that. But he was very explicit. GF4 probably better? I have no idea. I just like the rook. The rook was very active in my eyes. Like, I was thinking something along the lines of this. This was my justification for the entire idea. Do you remember me? Yeah. You've been here a couple times. And I still know how to pronounce your name, which is why I haven't been saying your name, because I've been stressed this entire time trying to remember how to pronounce it. Spoiler, I did not remember how to pronounce it. Queen h5 coming? I can't decide queen h5 works, though. That's my problem. Like, I'm trying to justify this check and then, like, queen h5, but it doesn't do anything. Bishop h3? Bishop h3 doesn't do anything. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Time to calculate? Time to calculate was 3 moves ago. It's in Irish. Okay, that helps. Kuga Teen Truck. Thank you. I will forget that. Everyone was looking at Bishop h3. We all share one brain cell, and that brain cell went hoo-ha Bishop h3. We all decided that Bishop h3 was a good move without actually calculating Bishop h3. And honestly, I respect that. I love that for us. Queen d7? Queen h5 is just a strictly better version of Queen d7, I think. If I'm going to go Queen d7 and sack the bishop, Queen h5 is a better way of doing it. Because Queen h5 takes, Rook takes, and maybe I have something. But I don't think I do. That's what I've been calculating. Think about it. Never. You can't make me. I would hardly call anything that happened in the Balkans in the past 50 years a success. Queen takes not rook. I mean, same thing. Queen takes, he goes king h1 anyway, and I don't see the point. It looks like even worse. As someone who lives in the Balkans, I would hesitate to call anything that happened in the Balkans the last 50 years a success. Rook f8 he trades. Honestly, I should probably just play like this and sacrifice the exchange. Let's play bishop d7. I'm giving him the exchange. I think it's better. Rook a f8, rook a f8, rook takes f8. And then like queen g1. It's probably wrong, but I'm trying it. Why bishop d7? Because it's the only square for the bishop. It just gives me my elo. It doesn't give any other elo but my own. I don't know. Have you ever lived in Kosovo? I'm just saying. Probably. What's your point, Void? You're actually losing? Also probably. What's your point? King h1. But he wouldn't have gone king h1. He would have taken the rook, rad. After he takes, not take the rook, he would have taken the bishop. There's no continuation. I don't win after he takes the bishop. Favorite genre of music? It's difficult. I'd have to say like old school dubstep, but even then, I like a mix of things. I'm a variety guy when it comes to music. Rhythm? This is, do not want to be rude, but too late. How does it feel to be rude? To be a rude, crude individual. This music got me hyped. What music? There's no music playing, is there? There shouldn't be music playing. Oh, there's no music. My favorite genre is not rhythm. They're trolling. Thanks. I appreciate the assist. You dare question me? No, never. I would never. Are you questioning me questioning you? Also, look, you gave the exchange back. The bear in the big blue house? Nope. You recommended that to me and I completely forgot about it, right? I think that's what happened. That seems like that's what happened. So honestly, I'm going to say right now, this has not been that bad for a first game with the Dutch. Oh. Okay, nope, never watched it. People upping on different thoughts on different wars. Investigation outcomes, good and bad. We are. No, I did not watch that one. I can almost takes. I don't know how I feel about this endgame. Thank you so much for the follow. Is that Ufes? Is that, are you who followed? No. Maca cheese? How close was I? Pronunciation is probably terrible. Looks like a scuffed King's Indian. Well, I mean, that's a pretty good way to explain the Dutch. So, a Dutch looking like a scuffed King's Indian is not necessarily a bad thing. Also, what the heck is that? Honestly, not a terrible start. Like, I'm not going to say it was a good start. Like, obviously, you know, I lost a chess game. I'm not gonna celebrate. Also, UFES, thanks so much for the follow. GG's. Okay, let's see how this went. I legit don't know anything about anything. Check the song. I'm listening to it currently. Official audio videos gave me a stroke. Epileptic attack. Okay, let's see how this went. So I don't know any theory for this, for the record. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. What the Happy Talk National Congress is this weekend. I still have not been benched for the national board, which means the next time we talk, I'm most likely a national board member. That's a huge W. Congrats. Look at this. Queen E8 was the best move. Void. Void, are you seeing this? Void, are you seeing this? You showed them. Do you go to the gym? No, I do not. I really hate physical exertion a lot. And I feel super self-conscious about it, which doesn't help either. Where's my trophy? I will make a custom trophy for you and then not send it to you, keep it for myself, never show it to you, and there will be no proof of its existence. Why is E8 better than D7? D7 blocks the bishop. It blocks the bishop. And so you don't get to get the bishop in as quickly, which the bishop's super important. Plus, knight h5 is impossible. The exact two things I said. Because knight h5 is a meaningfully bad problem for him to deal with. Now, knight h5 was evidently not very good. I should play queen h5. But what happens after queen h5 and just like... I mean, I guess he doesn't have a response, but what if he takes the pawn? Let's just say he takes the pawn. Knight g4 and he loses on the spot, eh? I didn't see the continuation. Oh, obviously I win the bishop back. Doy. When's my birthday? I don't know. Sometime mid-late November. 27th, 17th. There was a 7 in there. Become a gym bro. I really should. It's the next part of my arc for sure. Join the home gym master race. I'm considering it. No self-conscious times in your own house. Challenge accepted. There is a 7. It's on the 17th or 27th. I don't remember. But would you be less self-conscious if you did hit the gym? Maybe. Probably. What's your point? Oh, there's not a 7. Okay. 23rd. The 23rd. Final answer. You should hit the gym? I should. Wrong. Okay, well, I give up. 24th? It's 20 something. It's like it's the 20 somethings. I'm disappointed. I have it written down. I just too lazy to look at it. Did I play well? Yes. To be fair, I had no idea what was going on either. So, gym is the best way to combat stress. It makes me more stressed because I really hate it. I hate it so much. There's so much hatred. And so because I hate it, I find it very difficult to make myself do it. And that makes me feel worse about myself because then I'm like, I can't even force myself to do something simple like go to the gym. That's my problem, is I end up in that cycle. Not the 24th either. 25th. Base Norwegian. Base. Forced to draw the game. P. 26 Norwegian. Broke the school record push-ups. Exactly, take your inks out one in the gym and the rest of your life doesn't seem so bad. So knight h5 was bad. Queen h5 basically won on the spot. But f3 was brilliant. I knew f3 worked. 26. Well, then I give up. Just queen g6 for... queen g6, and I play knight f4. And if you take, then I take with g, and the queen's already set up. Genius. I can't remember this sort of thing. I don't remember any birthdays, Norwegian. It's not just you. Even if it were just you, that wouldn't be that bad objectively. However, e takes was best. Wow, that makes perfect sense. This bishop's ridiculously strong. E takes being best makes perfect sense. And then bishop g4 is terrible. It's rook h4. Ah, rook h4 is so obvious. That makes so much... 21st. Oh, I was so close. Miss ex14. Rook h4 was obvious. I'm depressed that I did not see that. I let you have counterplay, which you did a very good job fighting back here, homies. But I'm not sure why you played rook takes and then went for this. It seemed like a really weird thing to do because now you're just in a slightly worse endgame. Was the camera on the other side last time I was here? It might have been space buffer. Like, I could believe it was. Because you haven't been here for a while, and I did change my setup a few months back. Not GF4? GF4 I don't think is as good. We'll see what the computer thinks, but I really am not a believer in GF4. Yeah, GF4 is even worse than rook takes f4. Did I miss my turn? No, you did not. I wanted to be silly. Fair enough. Silly accepted. Why did you at yourself then at me? Twitch needs Giga Chat emote. Doesn't it already have one on do I have it on Better TTV? I know it's an email on Better TTV. Yeah. So I actually played the opening perfectly fine. Well, would you look at that? You know what? Maybe the Leningrad isn't so bad after all. This is my first time I ever played it. You missed Maiden too? I missed some really good stuff, but whatever. That's not the point. This is the first time I ever played this opening. Mecha Potesny. It's your turn. Leningrad is a bajillion times better than Stalingrad. G5 is a prideful move. Yes, it is, but I love playing those sorts of moves. Constantinople is greater than Istanbul. You are Yakoinator. Right? Alright, Mr. Megapotenzi? Megapotesny? Main 3? Yeah. How can I find when one makes a mistake? What do you mean? You have to just kind of know by calculating. Okay, just making sure it was you before I continue this game. So honestly, that was not bad at all for a first time playing the Leningrad. Well, yeah, I know someone. I'm not saying it's the best game of chess I ever played, but I found the ideas, which was my point. I wasn't shocked that I won and wasn't expecting to not win because I played a new opening, but I was expecting to not find the correct opening ideas. That's what I was expecting, but I did, and it was fine. I played book moves and then perfect moves, and then played decently enough moves. So knowing whether someone made a mistake to kill them for it is kind of an opening prep thing. But then finding the best move is calculation and principles. Londinium? What is Londinium? I can see myself playing the Leningrad, honestly. The more I look into it, and the more I kind of read about it, the more I can see it, you know? I can't tell you if it'll be my new opening choice, but... Exactly, someone. Finally, someone with a reasonable take. Is the Roman name for London? Fair enough. Boomer Google? What am I boomer Googling, Yubo? Contraception. Oh, here we go. Of course. Naturally. It's the internet, of course. Of course. Where would that even be? What is principles? Well, it would be what are principles? Because, you know, is for singular and are is for plural. Principles is plural, and therefore it would be are. So that's the first... I'm sorry, that was a little bit mean. Anyway. Principles are kind of the philosophical justification. Like, ooh, I'm better developed, therefore this must be true. Difficult to find and memeish. You know what? That's fine. That's fair. I respect that. What would it be? So it'll be after this one. Yeah? This starts at conifer. Yeah, T is after I, so. I don't know if it's going to be in here, but we're going to try. Oh, conservatism. No, thank you. We're good. Let's go on to the next chapter. I'm 6'2" ish. Just about 6'2". It's a very short room. In centimeters, 187 ish. So it'll be after conservatism. Constable. Constantine. Constance. Don't know if it'll be in here. Constitutional law. Constitution. Continental. So it's an R after. So if there's an R afterwards. There should be 7. There should be 7's happening after. This is contracts, so I don't think it'll be in this one. So in that case. Hello, Stein. Now I play bishop b7. Take my. Oh, I could have taken queen, taken knight. What am I doing? You blunder a knight, and I didn't take it. Okay, fine, whatever. Always, 112% of the time. How are you doing this fine afternoon, evening, whatever it would be? Matter and energy, the earth, human society. I don't know what it would be under. What would it be under? So you're just having a good week. Is a great addition to the channel points. Are you sure? I'm suspicious about it. Would it be in technology? Oh wait, you made it to Toronto all right? Ah, that's excellent. Stinks that you're sick. Really annoying. But the fact that you're in Toronto, that's a W. Hello. What's up with the hellos recently, Norwegian? Is there some hello lore I don't know? What's Boomer Google? I have a bunch of encyclopedias from 1977. I had been an absolute blast, but the Halloween parties took a toll on me. I bet. I bet. Okay, so unfortunately, Ubo, I'm looking in the dictionary, which is more boring, but it's fine. I'm done geeking out about the EU for now. Yeah, that won't last. BB8, that's what I'm playing. C, D, so it'd be C. How about broker? CA, CE, CH, CHO, CI. That is a free pawn. CL, CO. M comes before N. Conception. Conceptional. Another free pawn. Yes, sir. Conjubulant. Congeal. Congregationalist. Connected surface. Considerate. RK4 is better? Maybe. That's hilarious. Contained. Here we go. Contrary. A little bit before that. Continuous beam. Contract. Contract, contract, contradicting, contractible. Oh, come on. Contour, contour chair, contour line, contra, contraband, contrabandage, contrabass. Sure, that's not how you pronounce that. We're getting there. Contrabassoon, contraception. The prevention of conception by voluntary and artificial means. Boom. King F6. Nah, I'll take this. I went through Church Street last night. It was packed of people like insane. Half of them dressed up as something. I was a witch. Huge winter jacket. Because no. Wow. And if the Danish person is all bundled up. But I mean, that's Canada for you, right? Canada's cold. What song? Tell me the song again, Void. I completely forgot. So how come I got sick? Well, you know, being cold has nothing to do with getting sick. There's no medical evidence whatsoever that being cold makes you get sick. So, you know, Aviva Rabbit Hole. Got it. One moment. Trying to win a chess game. Enjoy the 30-degree Macedonian weather. You should just stay here. Honestly. What can I say? We're better than Canada. It's not my fault you don't know what countries are good and what aren't. That is an example of poor taste. What am I doing? Hello, secondary colors. Welcome back. You know what? True. Yeah, that's fair. I can respect that. I showed the food was cheaper? I know. What did I tell you? Simply the best country. No bias. I'm a 200 in Blitz and I beat an 1100. So think about that. Think about that for a second. You're a 200. So that's a huge victory, but you'll do better. They will struggle to live that down for the rest of their chess career. I agree. Thank you. Yes. He's sitting right there. You can't see him right now, but I'm looking for more permanent accommodation. It's going to get one because I need to clean my room again. It's been long enough. I've gotten comments about him. Uh-oh. Okay. Draw 700, now it's 1400, still haunts me. That's what I mean. And I haven't lived down losing to like a 700 is like a 1600. I'm telling you. So very proud of him. You should be. Traveling that far isn't easy for a creature such as himself. Easy. Okay. Let's see what happened. GG's, GG's. They had more previews on the phone? Oh, wait, they did? I haven't gotten that update yet. I was playing on the phone earlier today, and I still only won. Your lot got a bunch of attention. But he made it. Three more than once. Want to head back to work now? I'm going to be a freaking... That's pretty good. I like that. Well, best of luck, Yubo. You know, I can get behind this rabbit hole song. Knight c3, g6. So far, so good. So the issue here is you traded bishops, basically. This bishop is the strongest piece on the board for me. And so as soon as you trade off your dark square bishop board, it doesn't have any competition. I'm 1400 puzzles, but actual game. Well, puzzle elo is like a weird. I don't know how they calculate it. I'm going to be honest. Burning car most of the day, so he was obviously in a hug when he was drunk. Exactly. So it was fine. All worth it. Bishop takes. Keep one. Queen b6. And so now if we look at this bishop, it's incredibly powerful because you traded off your dark square bishops. There's no competition. It rules over the dark squares. And that's kind of what happened. Evidently here, I can just play this and win the knight, which is part of my point. Look how strong this bishop is. Now, if you move the knight, I take your rook. You know? That's not as possible when you have the dark square bishop to compete with mine. So trading off dark square bishops in these dragon positions are usually... Unless you trade your dark squared bishop for mine, that's fine. But if you take it for the knight with it, it's a little bit suspicious. A little bit suspicious. And then here, you just gave me a piece, but I didn't take it for whatever reason. Either way, even in this endgame, it's very difficult for you because the bishop is so powerful in the endgame. It's difficult, man. And now this rook endgame is most likely drawn, because rook endgames are always draws. And here, a4 is a mistake. You let me have this pawn. You can play rook b1 and force me to take. And then after takes, takes. If I take, and we can play this endgame, it will most likely be a draw. However, I would have to say that white's probably for choice. So keeping control over the open file is super important. It's why I played rook b8 to begin with, to try and pry control over the open file from you. And you kind of just let me have it. If you had tried to put more pressure on it and try to maintain your control over it, then you would have been good. King c7 works too? Yeah, well, you know. There's a lot of moves that work there, but the point is, it's an endgame where it's fun. But now in this position, I'm 2 pawns up. And 2 pawns in the rook endgame is usually enough. 1 pawn is difficult, maybe most of the time impossible, but 2 is usually enough. And as you can see here, you're just kind of out of good moves. I'm going to just trade off these pawns first. And then I can just start pushing this one. It's a very, very bad position. 2 pawns is too many. A or an H pawns are going to stop. Yeah, but in rook endgames, usually it isn't too bad, and it holds a draw if it's only 1. But with 2... When it's 2, then you start running into problems. And so this game, the story of this game was a bit of a tactical mistakes on both of our parts. However, at the end of the day, my bishops were too strong, and by the time you trade them off, you had another chance to hold a draw, but you gave me the open file. So you just gave me open diagonals and open files, which makes my pieces stronger, which is effectively more material. I've talked about this before, but stronger pieces and more material are effectively the same thing. So by strengthening my pieces, by giving me open diagonals and files, you're giving me more material. It's like blundering a pawn. It's the same thing. Sometimes it's worse. So you didn't play poorly at all. Your opening was very solid, but you just gave me too much power for my pieces, and that's not going to end well 99.9% of the time. It's Cormac's game. I don't know who Dr. K. Crow is, but live commentary, please. You got it. Cormac game, per usual. Let's see how it goes. Select the world. So we transposed into a Scotch. So far, so good. I'm not familiar with this line of the Scotch, but it looks bizarre. Need to go. See ya, gamers. See ya, Mega. I'm glad you got to get a game in this time. I know the past few times you haven't, so I'm glad you got in here as early as you did. Weird Scotch, yeah. Although now I have to prefer black. I don't know. Maybe this D5. I've never seen this line, but do this even know I play Scotch? Yeah. But now it's weird. Like, this knight's pretty darn strong. And yeah, you can take here and try to put pressure on the pin piece. You know, the classic. But it feels a little wrong. I suppose this is strong. Nah, I guess it's still in the balance, but the position just looks suspicious. Bishop c5, sheesh. Just saying, take, I dare you. Take, I double dog. Heck, I triple dog dare you. And he doesn't. So now after castles, do you even castle here, honestly? Yeah, okay. So you're still sacking the pawn. Bishop d7? Nah, it's not in the spirit of the opening. Bishop d7 definitely was not the move. Even if castling wasn't either, it's definitely not bishop d7. This is too passive. You're basically playing a silly pawn sack. You can't justify trying to hold on to a pawn if you're playing this sort of chess. And now after bishop a6, the idea becomes clear. Take with the b pawn. Still, you end up locking your own pieces behind your pawns, and that defeats the purpose. If white's allowed to stabilize, then your doubled pawns will be a weakness in the endgame. You're not going to play a position that's a gambit, even if it's a positional gambit instead of a material one, and not play the gambit because your opponent delayed it a bit. You're going to end up in a worse position. That's kind of the rule of gambits. You have to commit. If they let you get what you want without having to sacrifice the pawn, more power to you. But usually they won't. And if they don't, you have to do something, you know? Bishop a6. The b pawn is hard to do. It's, you know, I wouldn't say that. It's just, how do I put this? A certain type of people like playing these openings, right? Not everyone needs to play like this. So for example, now Cormac's got this position after he takes on, what, f1, I'm assuming is what he's going to do. That looks most obvious to me. Because taking the bishop looks weird. I mean, I guess you could. But I would take the rook. Because now I'm immediately threatening knight takes f2. Because bishop f2. Yeah, but if you take the rook, bishop f2 is also a threat. Bishop f2 is a threat no matter what you do. I just feel like it's a more forcing threat in this position. Even if he takes the queen, you play knight takes f2. I don't know. It's not clear. You take the bishop, then the rook? Yeah, I was thinking you take the rook first. Because if you take the bishop, you give me time to play bishop e3. I'm going to play bishop e3 and there's no problems. Right? If you take the bishop. And you just let me have the exchange anyway, but it doesn't matter since you've stabilized. And you're up a pawn. Now that pawn's pretty weak, so you might win it back, but even if you do, what are you doing? You know what I mean? And see, now bishop e3 is a little bit more difficult to justify to me. If I take f1 then I play queen takes f1, and I'm stabilized. This seemed like a better move order because keeping this bishop on the board allowed for more threatening queen infiltrations, is what I was thinking. So like now, if bishop takes pawn takes, queen h4, bishop queen takes f1, then you could play rook takes a1, and you've maintained your developmental lead, right? Which that line isn't available if you take the bishop first, because the queen can't get out this way. Scared of him taking on d5? I don't think you should be. Again, you take bishop, pawn takes his force, because you're about to take on f2. Right? And then you play queen h4, or queen g5. Honestly, both make sense. Queen g5 might be better now that I'm really thinking about it. So now you play like queen g5 or queen h4, or bishop takes g2. Again, this is what I mean. Bishop c4? Bishop c4 is also possible. That's my point. This sort of thing is definitely better than taking the bishop, because this queen's more active, and you'd want to take this with the rook. And he doesn't have time to do anything like this. This doesn't look like he does. Like queen g5 there looks very difficult to deal with. Your king is wide open for no reason. And if king takes, then you get the check. This is what I mean. The queen wants to get out this way. And if the queen takes here, it's suddenly locked behind its own pawns. And you've completely sacrificed your entire attack. And you're just going to be playing a worse endgame, which feels like misery. It feels like miserable. Because now, look at this. Queen g5. And then worst case scenario, after queen g5, I take on a1, a8. And I haven't sacrificed anything. I've sacrificed literally nothing to get this position. And that's assuming I don't have some sort of weird takes tactics. Which, if I don't, I just do this. Assuming no tactics, I do this and I haven't sacked anything. I mean, you could even be goofy and try to justify like a queen takes e5 here. Now, I don't think it's good, but like my point is, it's interesting. Or better yet, maybe queen takes e3. Queen takes e3 might have worked. I think queen takes e3 is better. Because now after queen takes d5, maybe you get queen takes e3 there. Which, see my point here? No, you don't. Ooh, I don't like that. I think queen takes d5 was necessary. Though maybe rook d8 happens. No, because I didn't take your rook. No, queen knight's still there, so. Ooh. Queen d5 still annoys me? No. I think I see what Cormac was cooking there. If we go back to this position, if queen takes d5, I go rook d8. And if you take the knight, I go rook d1. Not d2, d1. And that's either checkmate or it's real close. Although I still think it was white's best try. I hadn't calculated enough, but I still think it was better than this. This looks terrible. Although why Cormac wouldn't take on e3 is a mystery to me. Is he afraid of, like... I don't even know. Why don't you take on e3? I'm so confused. Were you trying to prevent knight takes e4? But in that position, if you play knight takes e4, I celebrate. King f2, queen g1, king e2, queen 8, f1. Something like that. Like I said, it's either close to mate or it's mate. But in this position, taking on e3 looked better. I guess you don't want to let knight takes happen. That must have been the justification. What is he going to do? Play g5? Watch him play g5. The g5 imminent. Watch. G5 is nice. I don't know if it's nice or not, but it's a Cormac move. That is a Cormac McCarthy special right there. It's the type of move I would expect him to play. King e2. After king e2, I don't know. King e2 might work after g5, but then I play g4. I continue with my plan because I'm threatening queen f2 at the end, which looks nasty. He did play g5. I told you he was going to play g5. I told you. That's such a Cormac move. Here, now I play g4 anyway, and it might still be good. Because then if you try to escape with the king, maybe I get like some check or something. It's not clear. The king is terribly exposed. And then the king runs away. Okay, let's say g4. G4, knight d4, check, king d2. You can't go king d2. You have to go king d3, and then check. And you have to go, like, king c3, and then check here. Your king gets pushed into my rook. That must be losing. That must be losing. I refuse to accept it, because your king can't escape to c1. That's the critical part. Your king is forced out this way. That looks horrible, because I have an open b file. If I can get you to the b file, you're dead. If I can take you on a magical journey to the b file, you're dead. So that's just the question to me, is can I force you to the b file? Which it looks like I can. It really looks like I can. Again, the king is forced out this way. That's hideous, you know? So the king runs to a3. I find it difficult to believe that a3 is a safe square for the king. Yeah, see what I'm telling you here? Look at this. And then I can take on e3. Look at this position. It's hideous. Look at this. The king is forced to b4. Like, it's real close to checkmate. It's, like, really close. Like, maybe I can do this. Maybe I have, like, a5 or something. It's really close. And I think Cormac feels it, too. I wouldn't be surprised if it were knight e4. Followed by c5. That's my guess. Knight e4 followed by c5, and I don't know how you stop it. Maybe you go king b5, but that's followed up by rook b8. Yeah! Me and Cormac are on the same page on this one. I told you, man. See what this is what I mean. The king, if the king could get to c1, maybe we'd have a conversation, but not like this. Not like this. And you are officially out of checks. Okay, you're officially out of checks after this. Maybe you go king h8, actually. You go king h8, that way you don't allow knight e6, followed by takes, and then, like, rook f1. That could be annoying. This was a good attempt. But now c5 looks very difficult to deal with. Rook b8 is also an option that I would consider, but c5 looks very forcing. And I like forcing moves. c5, and then I just take this knight. And now the pawn's even pinned to the king. See what I mean here? This is what I mean. This is exactly the sort of thing I was looking for. Okay, he's trying to checkmate you. Fair enough. Watch it be like knight g5, and you give back the knight to win the rook endgame. Queen h6 also makes sense. Queen h6, and it's preparing to rotate to a6 in some lines. The king did run to a3? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Queen d7. Interesting. I don't think it works. I'm tempted to just take here. I don't know if it's good, but queen a1 check first. King b3, of course. Yeah, no, this doesn't work because I can go to e2. That's what I missed last time I calculated this. Well, the queen was on b4, so you couldn't go to e2 in that line. But now that the queen's not on b4, after check, rook b8, isn't that just checkmate? Well, that's just checkmate. So I blundered mate. If I went to b3 here, I go queen e2. d3 first? You don't need to play d3 first. You can, but you don't need to. You can just play queen e2 automatically. That was a nice game. At least it looked nice. I didn't have the computer up. King b3, king b3, d3. King b3, d3 also makes sense. I wouldn't be sad by that, but I don't think it was necessary. I don't want to give him the tempo. Every time you give your opponent a tempo in a position where your king's weak, you have to calculate like all of the checks and all of the sacrifices, and that's just so annoying. It's more convenient to not have to calculate those because I'm lazy. That was a crazy game. Can you play me after this game? Exclaim join to join the queue. Not nice. And then when it's your turn, I'm more than happy to play you. I'm not familiar with this line in the Scotch. It looks good for you, which evidently computer agrees. See, now let me tell you what I was talking about, Void. If you go here, then bishop e3, for example. Right? Suddenly in this position, getting the queen in is kind of difficult, and while you can, it's like you're playing a slightly better endgame, right? Which, fine, you have compensation for the pawn, whatever. But if you play bishop takes f1, then suddenly, if he tries to take, then queen h4 happens, and you're getting in, and you can take this with rook, and all of your pieces are active. Which is why bishop takes is better. And now what happened in the game happened, which is just complete murder. Now what I don't get is why you didn't play bishop takes, queen takes e3 here. Tell me something about me. You're a wee bit neurotic. I don't get why you didn't play queen takes e3. I don't understand what he's threatening here. Nice. Here for you. I don't understand how he defends the mate in any convincing way. He uses prayers, literally. Like you go here, and then you check him, and then go to f4. I guess you go to f4 immediately. And where does he move his king? Now you take the bishop, and now it's even better. Now he doesn't have this pawn as a shield. I regretted not taking on e3 right away. Okay, I figured it. Okay, now why don't you take on e3? Second verse, same as the first. This endgame looks amazing. You win this pawn too, and you're 2 pawns up in the rook endgame. Well, I'm not saying you should identify strongly with being neurotic, and I said slightly. Hello, Musta. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, you didn't take either one of the pawns. Like, take a pawn, man. There's so many hanging pawns in this position. G5 I liked. I saw G5 and I was like, oh, Cormac's... I saw this and I was telling everyone, chat, I was like, I don't even know if it's a good move, but I can guarantee you Cormac's going to play it. G5 is such a Cormac McCarthy move. Fair enough. I know, I completely agree. Identifying as neurotic is dangerous. Let's play rapid. Exclaim join to join the queue, and then when it's your turn, I'm more than happy to, but I can't in good faith skip people. I can do it in bad faith, but I try to avoid bad faith. John Galt followed. I'm surprised you weren't already followed. No, Jane Galt is someone who's already followed. You're John Galt. Still had to cook it for a while? Yeah, of course. Knight d4, queen f2, and then this is just brutal. Look, you can play c5 immediately, and the same thing happens. Feels really nice. Have you ever listened to the Fortet remixes of Mad Villainy? Most people don't like him as much as Mad Villainy, but I have a soft spot for him. H5 is best. I hate that H5 is best. H5 being best hurts. Okay, hold on a second. It says F8 is best. What happens after knight check? You go king e7. That's cold-blooded. Exclaim join, Musta. Like that. Perfect. That's cold-blooded. I haven't listened to the orchestral versions. What? Check. I mean, this works too, because you can play knight f2 and you're fine. Crazy. c5, king a3. Thanks for excited to play with you. No problem. It's absurd. What should I believe? Interesting. Queen h6. And now here comes the queen. I was calculating this, and I was like, okay, rook b8, king here, this must be losing. Which it is. King c1, queen takes b2. RIP in peace. That's so mean, Pigeons. Why would you say that? Madlib's production more and more. Madlib's production is timeless, man. The guy is a legend. That's such a good album. Queen d2 first. Queen d2 first also works. But this also this is mate in 2, Void. I was kidding though? No, you weren't kidding. Who's next? It's Void's turn. Okay, Void, let's go. You and me. Or send me a game. Works too. Copy link. I was very clear. But I try not to argue with chat members, unless it's Norwegian. Norwegian gets a pass. I'll argue with Norwegian. Goes, where's my reality? There you go. See how this works? That's what happens. The parasocial truth. After my turn, let me see. You are a little down the line, Noise. You are before Musta, but after Pigeons. You also argues, bro. That's true. That's true. Knight c6, d3, bishop e7, g3. D4. What is white cooking? I'm so confused. The world's goofiest Grand Prix. Goofiest Grand Prix of all time. G3, D5, E5, Knight H6. White's allergic to development. That's how Bliss works, I guess. But man, White's allergic to development. Look at all these pieces. They're still sleeping. D4 is fine. I guess D4 is trying to justify the check. Right? Fair enough. Knight F5 looks really good, though. They want Knight F5? I want Knight F5. Everybody wants Knight F5. When is it my turn? Exclaim who? I like White's vibe. I'm sleepy too. White, yeah, this makes perfect sense. White's vibing. They're not playing chess, they're vibing. Castles is probably fine, but this looks really good. How do you defend knight takes g3? And afterwards I could play like f6 and then break in the center. Because you're trying to break in the center, right? Development advantages are most noticeable when the center is open. And so in this position, you're trying to open the center. If you manage to successfully open the center, you win on the spot. Which means that for me, the most natural move to try to play for is f6. f6 is unplayable right now, but knight f5 forces his queen backwards. And when he moves his queen backwards, suddenly f6 is playable. Again, you open the center, you win on the spot. That's basically what happens this game. Oh. Chantan? How do I pronounce your name? Work with me here. I'm guessing first, and then I'm asking. It's more fun that way. So welcome to my humble abode. Anyway. So knight f5 prepares f6, and f6 is definitely the plan. g4 after knight f5. Well, regardless of what they might or may not do, knight f5 is a good move. d4. d4 is fine, but it closes the center more than breaks it. You're trying to break it. You outshine my proverbial light. I do like that sentence. Although I don't think it's accurate in this context. But that's beside the point. Knight f3. Castles. Sure. And so you close the center, so White's given more time to catch up with their development. So White's not as bad anymore. White's still worse, but because the center is more solid and more crystallized, good night, Pigeons, White's given time to atone for his sins. Gotta sleep, then go sleep. G4. Queen d5. I like queen d5. Gotta see the ideas sooner. Well, this is the first step. This is how you learn them, right? That's why we're talking about it. That's why I try to bring them up. Again, in general, closed positions make development less important. Open positions make them more important. If your opponent's down on development, open the center, kill him. Especially if he's uncastled. G2, knight b4. Good stuff. Good stuff. You got to play something now because now is where your advantage is. b6 is too slow. You still should probably be playing f6 at some point. This is immediately threatening here in f6, which is very hard to find. You too, Stein. Sleep well. Oh yeah, it's like nap time in Canada. Time zones, man. Usually on the other side of this. b6 was just an anxiety move. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. But you should be playing for now. c4 is a better move because it's a now move. You know? f5 is a better move because it's a now move. You're playing future moves. g5. Knight f5. He forced you to play a good move. It's a miracle. One bishop b7. Bishop b7 is definitely good, but it's not the best. Queen g4. Bishop b7. Okay, excellent. What's nap time? Around 3 p.m. A little earlier than 3 p.m. Usually 2. Now he's going for his attack as well. It cannot work. C takes. Perfect. You know you're faster. You must be faster. Knight takes d3. Knight takes d3 is highly speculative, and I find it interesting. If he... Let's see. This bishop's very, very bad. So trading it off for one of your very good knights, I think is a bit unnecessary. This followed by taking with bishop is very nice, but that's hard to see. Honestly, I don't mind it. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Still winning? Oh, obviously. And after king f1, it's even more winning. Take on c1, knight e3 check, and your opponent can safely resign. To be fair, even though this is ostensibly only slightly better, it's a very difficult position to play for white. Very difficult to play. You're simply up a pawn, and this is a very strong pawn, and your bishops are better. Everything's better for you. It's very hard to play this. So... You did not try to break in the center 0 out of 10. That's it. My weekend is packed. Mine is not, but my week is pretty packed. No, memes aside, it was a good game of chess. You just should have played more aggressively for the center. But it's difficult to find that if you don't know it. This is what I mean when I said principles. Homies was asking about it earlier. He said, what are chess principles? Chess principles are, you're castled, your opponent isn't, you're developed, your opponent isn't, break the center. That's it. Is that simple. 90% of the time, that's going to be true. Now, you still calculate it to make sure you're right, to make sure the principle applies. However, the rest of the time, it's pretty securely true. And in this position, it's one of those times. It's breaking in the center really does kill him. Uncertainty is scary. Oh, all right. I find it stressful because I have to socialize with, and worst of all, pay for things. Oh, that's horrible. Tomorrow, I have a meeting with the director of my branch of my college. D4 is the nice idea. Yeah, no, D4 is very good. Not D4 wasn't good only because you're locking the center. In the Alapin, you want to lock the center because you don't have a development advantage. You have a development disadvantage, so locking in the center helps. So in the Alapin, D4 is good. It's someone's turn. Is someone here? I do not think someone is here. I think someone left. It's Ufest's turn. Pick my opening. What opening am I playing? Ufest should be still here, right? Hello. Playing right now. Should I go to the next person? I'll go to the next person. And then we'll come back to you after you're done. Skip and come back? Yep. Please, but I know it's not true. Even if it were, I would argue that's still psychologically unhealthy and not good for you long term. F3, B4? No. Why? Why? Okay, it's Homie's turn again. Wins. Goodbye, Mr. Strong North Macedonian Hercules. Thank you so much. Have an amazing rest of your night. Killed me. Might give an interesting game. If he doesn't, if he misses checkmate in 1, maybe. B4, not G4? Oh, I read G4. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Why are you having me play F3, B4? That doesn't even make any sense. Well, it's too late now. That's on you for picking such a bad opening. That it was clearly misconstrued. That was very easily misconstrued for an even worse opening. Why? Because it doesn't make any sense. It's it's anti-synergistic. It's anti-synergistic. Why would you have me play an anti-synergistic opening? Can you, like, not, bruv? It's fine. I'm going to stabilize this. He missed mate in 1, so we stabilize. Because it doesn't make sense. We're stabilizing. It's fine. It's fine. He hasn't killed me yet. Still probably better for black, but honestly not that much better anymore. Black has not picked the most accurate development scheme. I have held worse positions. There definitely are things that black do to make it more complicated, but we're playing chess, you know what I mean? Knight e2, and you might even have d4. I don't want to play d4. I have no desire to play d4 whatsoever. d4 helps him. d4 helps black. I have no desire whatsoever to play d4. I want to play d3. I want to play d3, knight e2, and like bishop e3. No desire whatsoever to play d4. Remember what I said about opening the center? I don't want to open the center. If I open the center, I'm dead. Dead. So I want to keep the center as close as possible. Hence, d3. That's why I played this move, so I could play d3 next move. Now, it might not have been accurate because I suspect that there might be goofy, silly moves, but my goal is to make it as difficult for black as possible. I want to make it look like my opening makes sense. Why doesn't black go h5? Black can go h5, but I go h3, and it doesn't look, and I don't see the continuation. Still probably a very good idea, but it's not as immediately winning as it first seems. Still probably a good idea, but it's not as clear as it looks. Can't move my pieces to glitch. Refresh your page, Riz. It gives you knight h7, knight g5. No, like I said, probably still a good move. Again, I still think h5 is probably a very good move, but... Okay, now this I disagree with. Much obliged. I think this is just resigning, but different. No idea what that was at the end, but... No idea what that was. Very weird game of chess. Guess he gave up on life. That's what it seemed like. Legit what it seemed like. Mean losing after f3 g4 is... It was literally mate in one. My good sir homies, it was literally mate in one. And look at this. After h takes g4, it's +3. +4. It's +4 in this position. It's already losing. Queen g5, and I play d3. And the queen is difficult to defend. Where was mate in one? Checkmate, the fool's mate. d4? No d4! Stop with the d4! Unless you're saying d4 when I was attacking the queen, in which case maybe. I still don't want to do it though. d4 is not the best move. Stop trying to play d4. I swear, Void. How many times do I have to explain that you do not want to open the center when you have a weak king? You don't do it. It's bad. Now, in this position, I'm still winning. It's +2.5. But instead of +2.5, this is +3.5. You don't open the center when your king is weak. Give up. I didn't like that position at all. Yeah, you shouldn't have taken. Void came up with an interesting idea here. He was saying that you go knight h7 and try to go knight g4. I'm not saying it was good, but still like d4. It's bad, Void. Stop it. Stop it. You don't open the center when you have a weak king and are worse developed. I am underdeveloped and have a weakened king. I don't want to open the center. No. No. I want the center locked shut. I want it shut as tight as I can possibly make it. Okay, moving on. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's not your turn. Well, Pigeons isn't even here, so it doesn't matter. It's Ufest's turn. If Ufest is done playing. But that game was pretty quick, so he might still be playing. Got proper Nigel Short in here. Is Ufest... No, I'm still... Okay, next person. Play after the next person then. Not a big deal. No biggie. Musta is here, though. Wait, is Musta here? I have no idea if Musta's here. My thing is clearly not up to date with who's where, so. Doesn't look like it. F3, B4, King F2. I don't know. I mean, F3 is literally the worst opening move. I'm assuming you play E4, then B4. It's like, it's very bad. It's giving it -6.5. I told you, it's anti-synergistic. All of the moves work literally against each other. It's actually kind of impressive how little synergy there is. How poorly everything works together. You would win that? I don't know. That's not the point. So many people get stuck on the I would win that instead of what the truth is. The objective truth of the position. Your turn, Cormac. Parts when we get so. Truth isn't important? Nice. Cool. Love that. Love that for you. Man, I enjoy your streams. I appreciate the positivity. Ooh, Spanish. Wait, Cormac playing a normal opening? Isn't this just like high level theory? Isn't this just like high level Rui Lopez theory? I'm not a Rui player, but this looks pretty normal. Like I've seen this before in a Magnus game. Rook b8, knight a3, castles. AXB, AXB, knight XB, bishop g4. My new Fabi course. Ah, of course. Okay, man, I'll stop talking. This is an every bishop b5 game. So there's this pawn sack, but the point is, oh, c6. Hold on. I guess your compensation is in the form of a really good better bishops, because white's bishops look kind of dumb, I suppose, and a better rook, because this rook isn't actually as good as it looks, but this rook looks very good. Yeah, I suppose the compensation is in the form of better bishops. c6. Okay, hold on a second. Can I take this? Not quite. Being a new opening? Yeah. I'm just trying to think about it. Ah, knight g6, and you go knight f4. That makes perfect sense. The f4 square looks delicious. Okay, okay, I can see it. I'm supposed to take? What were we supposed to take? Pardon me? Ah. Gotcha. What happens after bishop g5? Knight g6, bishop g5 is what you're saying? Here, knight g6, bishop g5. I kick it. d5 is a sideline? Huh. Again, I don't know any of these lines. So here you kick the bishop, and if it goes back this way, you just played a dumb move. And if you go this way, I go knight f4, and you can't take it anymore. So, looks fine. This looks very good for black. So c6, dx c6, knight x c6. Bishop d1. Bishop d1's too slow. d5. What an... No, you go bishop f3 probably. What? Well, whatever. The point is, it's good for me, definitely. This is a weird position already. Queen c2, e takes, d takes, f takes. Previous position? Oh. King takes. Excuse me? Excuse me? You're just giving up a knight? Poggies? Hey, I love it when my opponents just sacrifice knights. What a weird position. This, I mean, this is a lot of opening theory. Sheesh. And this is why I'm never playing the Spanish. This stuff is over my head. Way over my head. But I mean, c6 makes sense to me why it's not good. This is such a clear weakness. I just want to show you the new opening. That makes perfect sense. This seems like a very concrete weakness that I wouldn't want to deal with were I white. And I'm not sure how exactly you're supposed to deal with it. And then you bring another knight to h5 and you pile on. And this seems kind of bad. You just don't. Yeah, fair enough. So c6 is bad because it's not targeting the main weakness. What am I remembering, Rico? So welcome back. g3? I mean, g3 can't be good. There's no universe where g3 is good. Bishop h3, rook e1, then f5. Let me in. I'm coming for your kidneys. I want both of them. I want both of your kidneys. All of my pieces are either on the king side or pointing towards the king side. It's the very clearly a strong looking attack. Give me all of your kidneys. Looks very nice. I mean, the way you played wasn't bad either. c6 is an interesting idea. So, I mean, like, clearly you know a lot of your theory, and it's just you mix up ideas a little bit, which makes sense. That's what happens whenever you learn a new opening. It's a good start, though. Okay, is UFS down now? How's Queen C2 bad? Pardon me? When did he play Queen C2? Oh. Simple. Queen C2 here offers a queen trade. And the queen trade avoids this. Given the black line, there are a bunch of lines h6, g5, and white often sacks to g5, and then mayhem. Oh yeah, of course. But having variety in an opening is not a bad thing. Got it. I will send you a unrated 10-0 game. Interesting profile picture choice. I'm not gonna lie. I've been all of my looking into the Dutch. Speaking of openings, all the looking into the Dutch has me a little worried because everything I've seen about the Dutch has said a similar thing, which is that it's dubious. And so I'm a little worried about just like every time I've seen someone play the Dutch or talk about the Dutch, they've always had the same comment, which is, Did you send? I believe I did. Let me try it again. You 4 S's. You're 1900, correct? Send again. Go forge forth and smoke people. No, you're a bad influence in this regard. Catalan best opening for white? Absolutely it is. I sent you a challenge, Yusuf. And there we are. You're a bad influence in this regard, Cormac. Nah, Catalan's better than Scotch. I'll take. You play both Slav and Leningrad about equal proportions and depending on mood, opponent, etc. That could work. I mean, I definitely, I don't know. Catalan makes it hard for black to develop. The Catalan makes it hard for black, just end of sentence. That's why I like about the Catalan so much. That's playable? Okay, so if memory serves, f6 is only bad because of control over the e5 square. White's undeveloped themselves so much that white, I don't think, has the ability to control the e5 square. Therefore, f6 is not bad. Yeah. But meanwhile, black wins if white makes an inaccurate move. It's a very touchy opening. It's a very finicky opening, and that's kind of what I like about it. Weak e-pawn? I'm playing e5 next move. Stop me from playing e5, impossible challenge. Like, I'm just going to do this. Exactly what I mean. You can't stop me from playing e5. I am playing e5. Who's got the weak e-pawn now? I will be taking this. You have to take with pawn, which looks hideous. I'll go here. My pieces are a little awkward. I'll give you that. Why not queen e6 for white? What does queen e6 accomplish? Queen e6, king h8. Are you going to take the pawn? I mean, I guess you could. That looks weird though. This is something I'm considering. Now I'm definitely playing it. I am no longer considering it. You're into this. Don't threaten me with a good time. Bishop d3 check? What about bishop d3 check? Not too threatened here. This looks playable. Go here, here. Maybe try to hop into e3 at some point. Could be fun. It's an unclear position. And you know me, I like unclear positions. I try to go to the opponent to queen e6. Feels a little greedy. Your king seems a bit exposed there. Maybe it's not, but it just feels like it. That's an interesting move. It's very aggressive. I have a difficult time stopping 96 though. Missed that. Found out that I don't have a style of play yet? How do you mean? I said before, style is something you develop over time. You can't expect it to just magically appear, you know? The dark squared bishop looks kind of dumb, but I'm still variable. Well, everyone's variable to some extent. My style is being aggressive. It's not really a style. I'm having trouble with it. 96 doesn't work? Don't think so. It didn't look like it worked to me. After 96? 96. I think I just take your queen. You take my queen. I don't know. I play like rook c8 or something. Rook b8. We trade queens. Looks reasonable. We play rook b8 afterwards. We play chess. Maybe it was good, but I wasn't really scared of it. I only like half calculated it. Ooh, that's very bad for me. No, wait, it's fine. It looked reasonable to me. I mean, it looked reasonable, but it didn't look better for white. That endgame looked fine for me. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looked fine. I don't know. Yeah, so as white, again, it's a stylistic thing partially, but as white, I'm always trying to find moves that make me better. And so I don't dismiss moves that don't give me an advantage, but I'm not excited by them, if that makes sense. Not like, oh yeah, equality, you know what I mean? The bishop trade looked weird. I don't know why he played it, I'm going to be honest. Knight's terrible. You know what? Let's make it better. Let's make it better. That's fair. Well, I think there's like only a small difference between making the position as annoying as you can and making it as good as you can. I think those are really similar, like a lot more similar than people give them credit for. Often the move that's best is also the move that's worse for your opponent, if that makes sense. So I don't think it's necessarily that big of a deal to say, hey, I'm just trying to play moves that make my opponent suffer. I always like to say my goal is not to win, it's to make my opponent suffer as much as possible. You know? Makes it annoying for both of us. Well, that's different. That's just wanting to play complicated positions, which I also relate to on a spiritual level. Yeah, I'm fine with this. I suffer too. I'm fine with suffering in chess as long as I know my opponent's suffering more. That's the thing for me. I'm okay with suffering, but I have to know that my opponent is suffering more than I am. If I get that, then I'm okay. But if I feel like I'm suffering more than my opponent, then I don't like it. At all. How bad is it if I take? Not really at all. What am I considering? I'm considering check, and I'm considering takes. Those are my two big moves. Ah, I can't play check. I'm in check. What am I saying? What am I saying, guys? What am I even talking about? No, that's suffering. When your opponent spent all of their time in the first 25 moves, that's a good sign. That's true misery. And I ain't talking about the state. Although Missouri's pretty bad too. I was okay with this. No, I do not. Should I? Are there any productive checks? I don't think so. Uh, talk about a toxic cesspool of a website, Omegle. It makes Twitch look wholesome in comparison, which is very difficult to do. That's an impressive achievement. Making Twitch look wholesome in comparison. I'll say I need a better thumbnail for my live streams. He has his reason to make fun of people. Sure he does. They be racist to him. I wonder if I could cancel for saying this. Probably not. It's Omegle. Like, you're going on Omegle, and you're, like... I'm not saying you're asking for it, but, like... You can't... It's not really fair to be surprised. Yeah. I'm not saying he's evil or anything. I'm just saying, like... I think I should have played b6 first. Held on to my pawn. That's losing for me. Let's do it this way. h6, g5. No. This looks good. Come forward, I dare you. d2, king, d3. Nah, because d2 he plays king e2. He doesn't have to play, like, in this position, if I go d2, he goes king e2. He does not have to play king d1. He actually almost certainly shouldn't play king d1. I would wager. Having a great stream today? Yes, I am, Emily. I appreciate the positivity. Dunk. Horse bingo. Wait, is it horses playing bingo, or is it bingo with different breeds of horses? This is a very important question. It will be on the test. How do I most efficiently play this position? A very complicated position. It's probably just a dead draw, but I really want to play for a win, which is probably going to make me lose. That's usually what happens. It's typically how this goes. Usually. If I could take this pawn without losing this pawn, that's winning, I think. It's very close to winning. How do I win this pawn? The fastest way looks to be this. That seems like a decent idea. Big fan of content for a while now. No, stream is a great potential. I'm a graphic designer. I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to have to decline. Not looking for a graphic designer right now. Need to get to this square or this square. All the squares to get to either one of those are cut off. Nice. Cool. Gaming even. You know what I want to do? I'm going to do a different plan. New plan. New plan. The king is unfortunately placed. I'm going to bring the knight to b3. I'm going to bring the knight to b3. And then I'm going to walk the king over this way to the other side of the pawn. See if I can push something other than my luck. Like this. Now we're talking. Still, most likely a draw. But he has to be a little more careful now. Can we took swung him? Not easily. Not easily, but we might be able to pull it off. Where's the knight need to be for this to work? The knight needs to be on one of the checking squares. What are the checking squares? Here, 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 and here. Can it get to any of those squares quickly? Not really. It needs 3 moves. Coconut Stream, thank you so much. C5A4. Maybe. It's almost certainly just a draw, but what's the fun if you're not going to push for more? I'm going to push for more. This is so drawn. Yes. But I want to see him prove it. I want to see him prove it with no time on the clock. Oh, I ran out of time. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. I thought I'd still had 30 seconds. I thought I had 30 seconds, but in fact, I did not have 30 seconds. I actually had not 30 seconds. I have no idea how. I ran out of time. I ran out of time, Euphis. Any other questions that I can answer for you? More than happy to. Definitely had a chance somewhere there. D5, E5. We both played pretty inaccurately. So E5 was a mistake. Should I have played Queen B6? Queen B6 would have been fine. Queen D7 would have been fine. Rook E8 was the move. Crazy. Queen C7 was poor because it allowed an immediate Knight G5. Knight G5 would have been a big problem. So you found Knight G5, just a move too late. Knight B4. Wow. And I just give you the exchange, but in return... What do I get in return? But in return, I get amazing piece activity. Well, this was your turn, Yusuf, so I'm not going to analyze a game on the same turn that I played you, you know? It's just not fair to the other people in chat. I don't agree with trading off the bishops. Your bishop is clearly better than mine. So trading them off just helps my position. So this was the move. Wow, that is counterintuitive, man. I would never have thought of that because keeping the pawns on this weak squares are so difficult. Yep, I'll be right with you. Now it's ridiculously drawn. Had a chance to try for an advantage by pushing the king in first, but there is less than nothing. Oh, I calculated this. I'm a dum-dum. I calculated this back here. Back in this position, I was like, okay. And if he ever checks, I can take with knight. But by the time we had gotten there, I'd already forgotten everything I calculated. Because the point is, if you take, then I just push. And the big stink is that I queen. Why are y'all so mean to me? I didn't do nothing to nobody. Literally. I didn't kill him. I should have killed him. He deserved death, but I didn't kill him. Oh, it's homie's turn, not Void's. So solid opening by both of us, although we both played somewhat inaccurately. And you definitely had more pressure than you allowed. You kept trading pieces that were better. Like, you have so many pieces here that are better than my equivalents. It doesn't make a great deal of sense for you to trade them. Your queen is better than mine, your knight's better than mine, your bishop is kind of bad, but I think it'll be good very shortly. And so you kept trading off pieces that you had that were better than my equivalent. Other than that, you played better than me. And you should have beaten me. There were many of times where you had a better position if you just didn't trade off pieces that were better. You know what I mean? I really deserved death a lot of times for a lot of the mistakes I made. But you kept trading off the pieces that would have won you the game in those hypothetical positions that I deserve death in. Not the end of the world, but like, you could have done more. There was potential. So y'all boo me if I win for beating chat. Alco, please go easy on me. I do Catalan, my theory not good? Nah, no way. I don't know theory for this position either. Mr. Riz. Why do you think we're beating to you now? Why? Because I play chess? I don't understand. Y'all really be mad because I'm telling you I'm going to play chess, and then I play chess, and you get mad. That's really where we are in society. Cancel culture really is evil. So this is like theory. This is like mainline stuff. If knight c3, then it's literally just the main line. I think. If Incredibles 1 was a thing, then this would be a thing as well. What? Incredibles 1 is a thing. I'm going to play knight c6 since it's the move I know best, but I'm considering queen e8 as my repertoire. Knight c3, queen c2. Probably other moves too. Almost certainly. There seem to be a lot of moves in the Leningrad. Like, that's like the thing about the Leningrad, is you get a lot of different options for both colors in a lot of positions. Hey, Poof, welcome. Poof, I am considering switching up my opening repertoire. I am considering switching to the Leningrad, and so I've been trying it out a bit today. And by trying it out a bit today, I mean I played it once. Is it bad that I don't know what the Leningrad is? This. It's the Dutch. It's the Dutch with g6, bishop g7, and d6. This is the Leningrad. Chess make people mad. Mad people go chess. Chess more mad. People society mad because more mad men make mad children. That's why you need a wife. What? What's fighting? Only I've only been a c6er. c6, knight c6, and queen e1 at 3 moves. Queen e1 is what I'm considering playing, but knight c6 is what I know the most about currently. And by know the most about, I mean I've watched 2 YouTube videos and analyzed 2 Grandmaster games and spent like an hour working on it. What do you mean, ew, poof? See, this is why we need. This is the why Poof's good to have in my chat. He acts as a balancing force to like Cormac, who's just like, yes, yes, play the Dutch, but only play like yes, play the Benoni, but make sure it's the snake Benoni. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You learn from YouTube a little bit. C6 is for nerds. I think it's C5 here. Got too lazy to learn anything else. Based Euphis. No, that's not a bad thing. I've always said that it's better to spend time working on other things rather than openings. Pretty sure C5 is the move. Although I've never seen Queen D3 before, because it's the first time I'm playing this opening. So I take with Knight, right? I mean, taking with Pawn is often a thing here. Do I take with Pawn or do I take with Knight? I think I take with Knight. I'm fairly certain I take with Knight, because B4 looks annoying. Knight C6 probably? Yeah, probably. No, like C6, like Pawn to C6 for black. This is fine. There's 3 main lines here. You can play Knight C6, you can play C6, and you can play Queen E8. Queen E8 and Knight C6 both invite D5. C6 tries to prevent D5 to play E5, and it's a slower, more rational line. Can the bishop go to E6? I don't know, man. Bruv. This is the second time I've ever played the Leningrad. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying things out. I am experimenting. Bishop E6, bishop F7. Maybe. I mean, not anymore, obviously. Knight D4 pretty well prevents that. Doesn't look like a very good move though, because I think I get Knight E5. I know Knight E5 is a standard idea in the Leningrad, but I don't know if it's a standard idea in this line. I mean, it looks like it wins a pawn. Can't be that bad, right? Can't be that bad. Famous last words, you know? F5, rook C. Famous last words can't be that bad. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, Yusuf. I'm a little bit psychotic, which is why Knight C6 kind of appeals to me. But Queen E8 I like, because I like playing those sorts of weird, subtle moves that look bad. F pawn to move 1. Where are we? The Twilight Zone. Can I take this? Let's find out. Let's find out if I can take this. 1900, only 16 months? Ah, super impressive, Yusuf. E5 is the next move I'm going to play in most situations. And if he moves his knight or something goofy to try to tempo this, then I'm probably going to play. I'm going to end up playing knight b6 just to overdefend the d5 square because I'm a little bit worried. I should be playing Mangoes next year. Mangoes Caliente? That Mangoes? I just blunder the knight. Mangoes Carlos. I love Mangoes Carlos. He's an inspiration. E5, queen takes check, and D5? I've played dumber. Just the idea. I have to try it. Because everything else loses on the spot pretty concretely, so. Mangoes Carlos. Sounds like a plan. Well, don't forget me when you're famous, okay? Bro, no bishop check? What do you mean no bishop check? Or bro, no, comma, bishop check. Bishop check, I play knight takes. At least that was my intention. It's still probably bad, but... Knight 7 at the end looks nice for white. Yeah, then I have rook b8. It looks nice for white, but I think I'd like rook f7 there. I survive. Block with the bishop. I thought you had bishop check. Bishop check, knight takes, queen takes, knight pin. But you block with the bishop. Yeah. Yeah. I think. I played worse than this. I mean, I definitely messed up in this opening, don't get me wrong. Definitely bad. Very bad, but like... Oh, that's a good move. Your 6 is a move here. No, it is not. Knight takes. Nice try, but knight takes e6 is also a move here. I think king h8 is my best try. It's bad, but... I said it before, knight d5. Well, bishop e6 would obviously be very good if I could play it, but I couldn't play it after knight d5. And I couldn't play it in this position either. So e5 was just... So knight takes was too greedy. Now we know. But okay. I was thinking of bishop d5, knight d5, knight d5, bishop e6. But he still gets knight f6 check. Oh no, then queen takes. Yeah, no, that might be possible. Did you have rook takes after knight takes? No. But he doesn't play knight takes check, Cormac. Bishop e6, he plays knight takes e6. He plays knight takes e6 first. Knight takes knight d5, bishop e6, knight takes e6. That's the problem. Also, he gave me my piece back. What a guy. What a guy. Giving me my material back. Time advantage is a thing. This is true. What a homie. And that's why his name is Homies. Me and the homies. What a lad. What a dude. Don't know what I'm doing with my life. Legend. Let's just prevent knight f7 real quick. And blunder our knight. I calculated this wrong. I did my moves backwards. Nice. Nice. Let's just blunder a knight again. I gave it back because I'm a lad as well. Everybody here's a lad. Queen d7, just don't talk to me right now. I am in depression. Man, usually it takes me till like 10 before my chess gets bad. Bunch of lads. We're a bunch of lads. Thank you, man. You're very welcome. Use it well, use it wisely. Have an exchange too. Oh, of course. He deserves it. He deserves it. You're getting older, so brain no chess good? What do you mean I'm getting older? I'm 21. How old do you think I am? G6 was free? It was free. I'm not sure why I didn't take it. He's a lad. That's why I didn't take it. He didn't take it for sheer laddom. Just on plus score? That too. I'm not even going there, though. We could go there, but I don't want to go there. You have a chance? With 43 seconds? Kind of. Unironically, I kind of have a chance since he has 43 seconds on the clock. We'll see what he does. We'll see. It's definitely a winning position. Obviously. But, like, you know. Not all winning positions are won. You know what I mean? Not all positions that should be winning are won. Rookie 7? 7 doesn't accomplish very much, I don't think. My goal isn't to play good moves. My goal is to make him think. You play Rook F7? Yeah, but here can... I don't know. That doesn't feel right. What'd I tell you? The goal is to make him think. He's freaking out? Oh, absolutely he is. What a lad. What a guy. I told you, the goal is not to play good moves. That ship has sailed. The goal is to make him think, and he is currently thinking. Mission accomplished. Such a lad, this one. Best game of chess of all time, clearly. Magnus Nepo Game 6? Never heard of it. Such a guy. What a guy. What a guy you are. GG's. Clearly GG's. I don't want to be in the stream anymore? Well, that's just rude. Yep. He panics. Wait, is c5 the move here? Is c5 or is it e5? c5 and e5 have both been played. e5 scores better, but c5 has been played more. It's knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and then bishop e6. This is what it is. You take the knight, and then you play bishop e6, and then you play like knight e4, and you're totally equalized. You've completely equalized. I didn't mention bishop e6. I was looking for bishop e6, but I didn't even consider taking the knight. This looks so obvious, but it's bad. And then this loses, obviously. The best try is d5, but then knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes c4, e6, and I'm just down a pawn. I'm just going to be down a pawn, I believe. Exactly. Don't insult me, Void. Why? Y'all are the worst. The worst Twitch chat of all time. Ridiculous. Just terrible chess. Terrible chess. And now the problem is time. Oh, yeah. No, everyone in chat knew you were scared. That's why it was so funny. If we played classic, I would. If you played classical, I wouldn't have played knight takes. If we had played classical, I would have played knight takes d4. So I'm not sure what your point is. I would not have played knight. I would have not have played knight e5 in classical. Because this being a tactic is obvious in hindsight, and so I would have seen that, so I would have just taken the knight and then played bishop e6. And chess would have happened. Chess would have occurred. As it stands, chess did not occur. There was not a single occurrence of chess. I'm back. I had an info meeting about the National Congress with the delegation from my state from 2000 until now. It was just as boring as it was on my third time there. That's hilarious. I would feel bad for you, but I don't. No, it isn't. People new to chess don't even play principled. Like, we played bad, but we at least played principled bad. Night Void. 2 o'clock. Oh. Who writes it like that? You need the colon, my man. What do you think I meant? Like the year 2000? So I thought the delegation was from the year 2000 until now. Like, it's that same delegation that was created in the year 2000. Your wording was ambiguous. What is this classical Slav nonsense? Why would they be there? I have no idea. I'm saying, like, the delegation is from the year 2000. So the meeting that wasn't in last that long, the delegation lasted that long. Because with the delegation from my state from 2000 until now, it's unclear. English is bad at this, but it's unclear whether the meeting was from 2000 until now or whether the delegation was from 2000 until now. Again, English is bad at this, but it's ambiguous what the 2000 until now is referring to, what that clause is referring to. So I made the completely reasonable assumption that the 2000 was referring to the delegation because it's closer to the delegation, like grammatically. And so I naturally assumed, because that's also formatted like a year, not like a time. Again, we use the colon. If it was a time, then I would have assumed it was referring to the meeting, because it would make more sense that way. But you formatted it as a year, which made me assume it was referring to the delegation, not the meeting. Because if the meeting lasted 23 years, then that would be a Slavic meeting, not a Scandinavian one. Like every year, National Congress. How was I supposed to know that Norwegian? G3, knight 6, D6, C3, E5. Don't you equalize if they let you play E5 in the opening, Cormac? Seem to remember that being a thing. That was actually black pieces. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't you just equalize here? Yes, sir. Okay, just making sure. Although this lets them play D5, does it not? And that looks a little weird. Or F3 is even better, actually. Ah, yeah, and they immediately punish your center. Let's play bishop B7. Play reasonable chess. Oh, not wrong piece. Spoilers. I didn't know you did. You did not say with the people from the delegation. I assumed the delegation was from 2000. I had an info meeting with the delegation, not with the people from the delegation. So I assumed the delegation was from 2000 and that there are new people in said delegation. Because the delegation could well have been made in 2000, but the people could have been elected last year and it would still be the same delegation. What's a delegation? Like the group of people designated for doing a certain task. King 7 look decent? King 7 look very decent. No, it wouldn't? What do you mean, no, it wouldn't? Body of delegates or representatives. for people within the delegation? Not necessarily. To another person. Management or leadership within an organization involves manager aiming to efficiently distribute work. Yeah, it's work distributed to another group. It's like the ship of Theseus thing. So e4 seems unnecessary because it allows f6. Ooh, bishop takes is hideous. Bishop takes is real ugly. The whole point is you take with knight and you've got a developmental lead now, right? By taking with bishop, you give up your developmental lead, which is the entire purpose. I mean, knight h3 is a common idea in these positions, but it's definitely not as strong as taking with knight immediately here. The knight's better, more centralized. I was trying to play knight f4, but knight f4 just lets g5 come with tempo, I think. Castles, c6, d5. Queen b6 check. Knight g4. Obviously threatening the check, but guess bishop takes. You're not actually threatening anything. Created it 4 years ago. Exactly. That's my point, Norwegian. It was ambiguous. How was I supposed to know what delegation it was and when the delegation was started? The wording you chose for that sentence was ambiguous. Because you formatted your time as if it was a year, as if it were a year, sorry, improper English, as if it were a year, and the grammatical structure of English in general is ambiguous to what the clause is referring to. So, because it was formatted like a year, I made the assumption that the year was for something that makes more sense for it to be a year. English is bad at this. English is notoriously bad, especially in written form, with ambiguity. It's like takes a significant amount of skill, that most people, including yours truly, does not possess in order to... Is the queue still open? Yes. In order to sort of make sure your sentences are the most clear they can possibly be. So it could have been a relatively new delegation created 23 years ago. That makes more sense than the meeting lasting 24 years. Or 23 years. Let's look at Pismos. Pismos, I have begun playing the Dutch. I have played it twice. Ever. This is not my game, but... just for the record, this is Cormac's game. Knight f4, bishop d7, queen d2. This is a really weird position. Use that gambit against you. Shh. Bishop g5, right? Pin to win. Why is d takes so strong? If d takes, bishop takes, knight cd5. Ah, you get control over two of the best squares on the board. Right. Oh, this is a FIDE master. I completely missed that. Knight a6, bishop e2. Rook a e8, dx c6, bishop x c6, queen x d6. Check and takes queen. A FIDE master blundered... What? What? I'm so confused. A FIDE master blundered this? Well, this just proves that any of us can get FIDE master now, doesn't it? $22.60 FIDE, blundered queen takes, and then bishop takes. I mean, to be fair, it is a three-minute blitz game. Can't tell if it's it looks like 3+0. To be fair, this is a 3+0 blitz game. Maybe he's having a bad day. Blunder their queen. Lucky ducks. All the title players I've played have played good chess and I've had to fight to win. Totally fair. It happens to everybody. Absolutely. Just more proof they should treat everyone as if they're bad. Horse bingo. It is your turn. Is Horse bingo still here? He shows on my list of people that are here. So I think he's still here. I've only played title players over the board. I played more title players over the board than I have online, I think. Man, I just can't play good chess today now, can I? It's because I'm stressed. It's what it is. I always play worse chess when I'm stressed. If Horse Bingo is not here, which it seems he is not, that means it's Poof's turn. Tile player's very regular in Blitz, which is cool. That is pretty cool. Had a game match with WFM. WFM is actually one of the few titles I have beaten. Or was it WNM? No, it's a WFM. WNM isn't a thing, is it? No, it's not. WFM, yeah. I beat a WFM and an FM, I think. The FM was pretty weak, though. He was an older gentleman. Clearly not in his prime. It was 4-4, big flex. That is a huge flex. Is Poof not here either? Wow. Wow. Can't remember the last time Poof missed his turn. Which means you've missed his turn again. WNMS title? Okay, well, there you go. Oh, you want me to analyze the game instead of play you? Sorry. I forgot. Not sure why Automod caught that one. I'm not gonna lie. But it tried. Okay. Let's take a little peek at what we're dealing with. Knight of 3, c5, g3, b6. I already don't like this. Bishop g2, bishop b7, castles, g6. Double Fiend Keto is always a little weird, but okay. d3, bishop g7, knight bd2, knight f6, a4. Okay, so just both sides refusing to take the center, which is pretty funny. Usually somebody decides to. Ah, there we go. There it is. Knight c4. Most even position of all time. Knight h4. Okay, endeavoring to play f4, I assume. Just casually giving up a pawn. Now this looks horrible. Ugh. Ugh. White has every advantage. Ugh. Ugh. Don't mind that? Ugh. Oh, that's nice. I like that a lot. That's really nice. Now I see why you wanted to show me this game. That's really nice. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I have to admit that's pretty sweet. And he's done. Black's had enough. Knife f5, true. Knife to the heart. Ooh. Disgusting. Forking the queen and checkmate. So if you try to be fancy, oops. Or even oops. That I like that a lot. That's pretty. Black let you have it though. I'm gonna be real. That being said, it doesn't really matter because that's beautiful. And I believe it was Emmanuel Lasker who said for one player to have a brilliancy, another player needs to blunder. So, Adelson, you walked in at the right moment. Look at that. Come on. Come on. If you're a chess player, it doesn't matter how strong you are and how obvious it looks to you. That's got to put a smile on your face. That's nice. Come on. How many times do you get to play a move like that? Since it never ever will. Have they not? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Literally made bro quit chess. Hey, it's Bismos's turn. Boom, look at that. You're in and it's immediately your turn. See, that's the benefit of being on stream, of being in my streams when I'm having a worse day. is the queues shorter? If the chess is bad, viewership's lower, queue is shorter. Nor the random blunder. Done. My mouse left was kind of let me out, okay? Gotcha. End up losing on the clock. Gotcha. Is this Mr. Bach himself? I played against Benjamin Bach. I played him over the board once. I lost. It was so sad. Played him at TwitchCon. Last year's TwitchCon, to be fair. To be honest. Not to be honest. What's one word I'm looking for? Giving out games against subs on Kick yesterday. He streams on Kick? I'm going to play a losing move. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, he's a grandmaster for a reason, right? Driest position of all time. He played the Exchange Slav? Man. Man. So very dry. Completely solid chess. Oh, you accepted the isolated pawn is an interesting choice. I probably wouldn't have. I think I would have gone 94. 94 might be bad, but my thought process is this knight on c5 is very strong. Don't know if it's as a good, but don't know. We give up the c file though? Does that give up the c file? Rook FC? I guess. But like, how do you do anything? Maybe. But like, how do you do anything in this position as white? Like, how do you even think about making progress? Do you push or something? You go like b4 or something? You trade queens and it's fine. You trade queens and then you play knight e7. And it's a very dry endgame. That's fair. I don't think you get squeezed too bad in these positions, but e5 is definitely not a bad idea. I don't like taking the isolated pawn here. Okay, c5's good. I like that. Yeah, and he let you take back the mouse slip. Respectable. h3, rook c7, bishop f3. That's what I mean. The pawn just feels weak. But I mean, I suppose there's no real way of winning it, so I'll take that back. So I won the pawn, but in return you get the bishop in the endgame, which is objectively a stronger piece, and now you just won a pawn because of it. Okay, bishop b1. Just checking out. Completely reasonable. Driest endgame of all. This is a supremely dry game of chess. The bishop has to be preferred, though. I don't know. The pawn mass is strong. The protected... yeah... I can't decide if I prefer the protected passer or the bishop. It's very interesting. Bishop b6, king takes, king c6. And now the problem is he can't get in. King d6 and you lost on time. Bishop c8 loses to e6, and I'm assuming that's what you're going to play. Unless you're playing like bishop g4, which also loses to e6. So bishop g8 is the only thing that doesn't lose to e6. Which is very funny. Yeah, it has to stay on the this diagonal to be able to go to f7. has to stay on this diagonal. So you can go, not anywhere, but... Because if you go here, then... you get hit with this pawn push. Why doesn't it work here? I don't understand. What's the difference? What's the difference if the bishop's on b3? Give me a second. I'm trying to figure this out. Now I'm curious. If bishop b3, this suddenly works because... Whoopsie. Because... Queen g7. Yeah, I guess it's because you can't play like king f1 and then bishop e2. That's it. You have to be able to play bishop e2. And because you can't play bishop e2, you're losing. Sheesh. That's brutal. And then g8 is obviously slight improvement, because now if you go for this, it doesn't work anymore, because after king takes g2, e6, f4, e7, bishop 7, h6. Now you're too slow, right? So you don't even necessarily prevent me from queening. Queen is drawn. Yeah. It's king h1. Yeah. Wow. Weird. Good game of chess on your part, though. Although I must say, Mr. Bach did not play a very winning opening. Well, you played a super solid game of chess. Best games, surrounding can do that for you sometimes? Oh, for sure. For sure it can. Cormac's turn yet again. I need to make a better thumbnail for my YouTube stream. Because supposedly, if you can figure it out, the YouTube algorithm for streaming actually isn't too terrible at all. But the problem is that figuring it out. Now that co-streaming's allowed, you know? I'm surprised Benjamin Bach is streaming on Kick. Isn't he like... What's chess.com's stance on Kick? Do they have a stance? I should probably know that. Ooh, Scandi. Normal Scandi things. Wait, is this a line? Coffee. The only thing that keeps me functioning. Or something like that. I don't function without it. I was close. I was close. Well, I'm not talking about promotion. I'm talking about just from an ethical perspective. I guess that is what they have to do from an ethical perspective. This is not a line I'm familiar with. It's a very funny one, though. Yet another reason not to play the Scandi, am I right? As if we needed another one. This actually looks super cool. Isn't bishop e4, f4 better? Oh, no, knight d5. That makes sense. Cool. Knight c3, h6, castles. Ooh. Look at that. And in come all the pawns and all the pieces. And black is too slow. And now you play it, but now you can't play t5, right? But rook e1 tries to play t5 anyway. Bishop e3. and black is stabilized. And that's kind of the point of the Scandi, is if black can stabilize, then the position's really solid. B2, knight B6, rook D1, knight BD5. This is my point. Looks like a Caro-Kann. Yeah, this is the ideal Scandi. You get this C6, E6, you get your bishop here, you get this bishop out, you get a knight on D5. It's super hard to break. It's super hard to break. Black can kind of just sit. Knight takes D5, C takes D5, A3, rook A C8. Now I feel like black should be trying for a minority attack at some point. C3, Queen A4. Okay, infiltrating the dark squares. So far, so good. Rook D1, Bishop E4. What is the purpose of Bishop E4? Trading the light squared bishops. I disagree with that. See, this is an interesting position because you hear that the bishop on the same color as your pawns is called your bad bishop. So this is what black's bad bishop and this is white's good bishop. However, this bad bishop is better than this good bishop. This bishop does way more than this one does. So I disagree with trading it fundamentally because this bishop does a very good job helping the minority attack that is sure to come at some point. So knight e4 makes more sense to me. Knight d7 to get rid of this knight makes more sense to me. And even something like b5, which probably doesn't work yet, but is an interesting idea. Yeah, the problem is you get with g5. So you have to secure your king side first. And that's why something like knight e4 is good, is because it secures the g5 square by guarding with the bishop and the knight. But bishop e4 trades off one of white's worst pieces for one of black's better ones, which is weird, but that's kind of how it is. Queen h4, g5 immediately, knight e4. You have the exchange sack, and you win. Rest in spaghetti. So you have to try this, but even this looks horrible. Yeah. So g5 immediately works. Queen h4. I'm not even sure what queen h4 threatens. Oh, you're threatening bishop takes h6. So if he lets you play bishop takes h6, then you're winning. But he can play knight e4 now. And he's prevented g5. G5 is the critical way to break through because it takes advantage of this hook. You know, this little weakness that's created by h6. But after bishop takes, knight takes. Ooh, bishop takes anyway. And now you're out of pieces because I want to play rook takes and checkmate. Rook takes, check, 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 and mateson. Beautiful. Rook e takes is actually kind of pretty. The way this works out at the end is pretty. There's a lot of tactical nuances here. But this is a pretty finish. I like this. Bishop takes h6. You have to play f6 and trap the rook, which is crazy. And then they take this rook. And then you try to play this position and argue that your exchange is good enough that you're not losing. You play like queen d1. Why is queen c2 losing? Bishop takes g7. Queen d1 is not. Because get queen f3 check. Okay, so you have to play queen d1 with threat of queen f3, queen d3 check because currently the queen's guarding f2, so queen f2 is not a threat. f6 is inhuman, but it makes so much sense. It's totally inhuman. But see, this is what happens. A lot of times, King's Indian attack, which I played, I'm going to be familiar with that sack on h6 by now. Yes, I very much am. Anyway. No, but see, this is what happens. You don't lose chess games by playing bad positional chess. Playing bad positional chess makes the position harder to play. You survive by playing f6 here. No human can find f6. But in this position, if you don't play bishop e4, it's a lot easier to not lose. That's the issue. If you play knight e4 here, it's a lot easier to not lose. You don't have to find single moves anymore. If I play like bishop f4, then you have like 7 moves that don't lose here. You have a bunch of very simple, very easy, very logical moves like f5 that you can just play and you can continue playing chess. That's the problem. When you play bad positional moves, you play enough of them in a row, suddenly your position becomes nearly impossible to defend. Eventually it just snaps and the entire thing breaks. But until that point, it just gets harder. And that's what engines struggle to convey currently. Engines struggle to convey that even if a move doesn't lose, it can make your position harder, and that's almost as bad. So something like bishop e4 doesn't lose, but it makes your position way harder. And so it should be considered bad. I'm closing the queue right now. That way I don't end late tonight. So bishop e4 isn't a losing move, but it's a move that makes your position way harder. Same with bishop d6 followed by bishop takes. Hey, Jay, hello. It has been a while. Do you think engines will ever be able to communicate such information? Probably. I think with the neural network stuff, eventually we'll train one up that's able to convey that information. It'll never be perfect, though. It'll miss stuff that humans won't. I think teaching is one of the disciplines. Now, it'll be able to convey it in a very simple way. But part of being able to teach things to people and being able to explain things is trying to compare it to things the person already knows. And I think humans do that better than computers right now. Because computers have a difficult time, and neural networks and AI and all that has a difficult time transferring information from one field to another. You know? Because that requires creativity, and that's something we haven't managed to program in yet. Have individual engines that are tailored towards their own playing style, learned through a massive log of games. Well, I mean, you can kind of already do that. For chess, that's not that difficult because, for example, for me, it'll be pretty easy to figure out what I play. I played enough games of chess that for 80% of the moves, you could play stuff I've played in the past, and then otherwise, you could get pretty close with an engine. So it wouldn't be that difficult to make right now. It's just, there's not a huge reason to make one, if that makes sense. Like, why would you want one? Other than, you know, like, the gimmick of playing an engine that plays like Magnus Carlsen, which is cool, but everyone will play against it once and then move on with their lives. You know what I mean? Because even if you're trying to prepare against a player, that's assuming that they're static. You know, you take a static image of them as they were, and it assumes that they aren't trying to prepare against you as well. You know? So if I'm trying to prepare against you, for example, and I make an AI based on your games, I am assuming that you have not prepping either. And in that case, I don't need an AI for it. I can just look at your game history. If we're making that assumption. Decode chess. I'll look into it. Yeah, I could see a computer. But the computer would also need to figure out what you know and what you don't know, be able to listen to you. I don't know. Even the screenshot on their website. Let me show this real quick. Let me show this real quick. I don't know if y'all can see this really well. Can you? Yeah, you can. So look. White wants to win the knight, gives a concrete line. Black can play this, concrete line. White can play this, concrete line. This move threatens this concrete idea. Escapes black's queen, concrete move. Supports the rook on a7, concrete. Threatens them to play bishop takes d5, concrete move. Supports the rook on d1, concrete idea. This is what I mean. This isn't bad. This is actually quite good. The problem is, this doesn't solve any of the problem. The fact that they're advertising this as their big selling point proves my point. This is good. This is very good and probably super useful. Never used it before in my life, right? Here's the thing. This is not what newer players need. This is still not human. It's useful, but it's not complete. And this is why I'm not super worried. Not for chess, but just for life in general. It doesn't say it solves the problem of your bishop being on the dark squares. It says it solves the problem of this, that, and the other. Isn't that just normal tactics? It's normal tactics with a coat of paint and explained in English rather than in moves with numbers, which is an improvement. This is an improvement. But you're feeding numbers into ChatGPT. You're not explaining the ideas. I'm not saying we won't have anything that explains the ideas, but Use ChatGPT. They most likely don't. But I'm saying that's a bit of an exaggeration. That's some hyperbole. But my point is, it's just tells you the concrete lines, but instead of feeding it to you as a number, it feeds it to you as English, which is super helpful and useful because numbers are annoying for people to understand. English is better. Not English, but a language. Language is more natural for humans to understand than numbers. So it just translates the numbers into language. Useful, good, helpful. It's Stockfish with a coat of paint. A very nice coat of paint. Again, I haven't used it. I'm talking about what they're advertising. Absolutely. I'm not saying it's ChatGPT. It probably isn't. But it doesn't matter. The technology is yeah, that's what I mean. ChatGPT, I'm using ChatGPT in the same way someone uses Google, where I'm using ChatGPT as a stand-in for all generative text. I should use LLM, right? But no one knows what LLM is. So I'm using ChatGPT because everyone knows what ChatGPT is. And that is the difference between humans and AI. AIs would use LLM. But yeah, you missed your turn, Poof, but after I analyze this game that I'm analyzing from a different player, I'll play against you. So this is very good, very useful. I'm sure of it. However, it's still giving concrete lines for everything. And I would expect them, I haven't used it, but I would expect them to give their to put their best thing on the homepage. And if their best thing is this only proves my point. Very cool. But it only proves my point. Okay. This is what I mean when I tell people that, for example, you were a perfect example, Euphus, of what I tell people when I tell them you don't need openings. Just playing reasonable, logical. He's an attack, yeah. Just playing reasonable, logical, developmental moves will get you really high rated because playing better chess than your opponent is at the end of the day the most important thing. A5 is a nice move. Could we play after? Absolutely, Poof. I don't know if you heard me, but I tried to say that. Maybe I didn't come across clear enough. A5 prevents all queenside counterplay for black and also threatens this at some point. And then F4. Give me F5. Yeah. Absolutely. But you're not playing theory per se, right? It doesn't look like you are, but I am not going to tell you you're not playing theory. Maybe you are, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah. So you're not playing theory. You're just playing good moves. And that is plenty. Intuition. Yeah, intuition, calculation, whatever. In this position, it's intuition. You're playing all these moves super fast, but all plays theory, that's fine too. If you enjoy learning theory, that's not a problem. I'm not shaming you for learning theory. I'm just saying you don't need to. So challenge me whenever you're ready. You got it, Poof. Knight b4, rook f2, bishop b5, a takes b. Rook f2 just over defense c2, a takes b. And that's another nice thing about playing a5 is it prevents that. Now bishop c1, simply saying I want to sacrifice. Now what I don't understand is why you played queen h5 instead of queen g4. Is queen g4 worse for any reason? Queen g4 looks more natural to be able to take here immediately. I'm sure you had a reason, I just don't understand it. I don't know. This just looks more natural. I mean, maybe it's worse. I don't know, but... And plus, if I'm going to push a pawn, I'd rather push the h pawn than the g pawn, I feel like. See, it just feels more natural. Although maybe... I don't know. Queen g4 just simply seems more natural. I'm not exactly sure where the... Maybe that move the king and I have nothing? Well, if they move the king, then queen h6 isn't an improvement, I don't think. And plus, you still have a lot after they move the queen. So, let's look what we did in the game. And now you play queen g6. Yeah? queen h5, but they're not going to move the king, right? That's the thing. After queen h5, they're not going to move the king. So, I don't know. It's not clear, but this looks... It looks better aesthetically. Because I'm not really afraid of them moving the king. I'm running an errand. Ooh, it's me. I'm back. I didn't know I even left. You're smart. Knight takes b6, knight takes b6, queen takes b6, bishop c1, rook a7, queen g6. I mean, it basically transposes at the end of the day. Hey, what's up, Ree? King h8, h4. Let's go. Is Q open? No, it is not. I closed it a little earlier tonight so I could actually end stream on time because I have a lot of stuff tomorrow that's really stressing me out, and so I need to try and get as much sleep as I can. Queen d8, g4, queen e8, queen takes e8. Just nearly gave away all my credit card information. I told you not to sign up for those random, suspicious, oh, get free money for signing up for this bank. This is why I don't do this sort of stuff. I know you're like, oh, bro, it's free money. It's like 15 bucks. I'm like, nah. Nah. Why not h5? Well, after h5, it's not clear exactly what you're doing. No, I didn't do any of those. Sure. Sure. After h5, it's not clear what your plan is. Remember, white's advantage is over here on the king side. Black's is on the queen side. And so if you close down the king side, suddenly you don't have an advantage anymore. Plus this bishop becomes terminally depressed. You want to push g4. Or you want to push g4 to g5. This is what you want to do. And open the h file to the king. Now doing it right now is probably not very good, but... Hey, rook x8, bishop f3. See? You want to do it like this. This is the plan. With rook h2. Because this is where your advantage is. The pawns point this way. That's where your attack is. I like the question every move. That's a very good thing. Rook a5. Rook a5 is good because it slows down everything on the queen side. Bishop d8. Rook a4. Why not rook takes c? Is this suspicious for some reason? No. Rook a4 makes sense. Instead of taking the pawn, you close it down. These both look reasonable because taking the pawn but giving him counterplay and not taking the pawn and giving him no counterplay both seem reasonable. Pre-ordered a bunch of vinyls. I was expecting them for some time now. I got a random DPD email about European tax or something like that. And I got a very similar thing before. And pastor just clicked on thinking it was over the garden wall vinyl, but it wasn't. It was someone trying to get £2 out of me. Shame. You don't click on random links in your emails. Until you get fished. Well, I didn't see it. I was drunk. Wow. See pawn was weak. No. Not taking makes perfect sense. I have no idea. F5. Bishop d1. Well, at least you got. At least that's good. G5. And see, this is what I mean. Suddenly, you've got problems. Not you, right? This. Rook h7. Bishop h6. Even if you don't play into that. I can walk my king over here and bring my other rook, I think. You see what I did? Rook a7, bishop c1, bishop b6, king g2, king g3, king g4, king h5, and sack the rook at some point. Sack the bishop. Perfect. This is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. And just because of the sheer force of that pawn, the sheer amount of pressure that pawn exerts on the position, it's game over. Is the idea of bishop h6, g7 strong? Very. I mean, I guess you just saw it because there's delay, but that's the big idea, right? That's the thing. The pawns are so very advanced that you can very easily threaten some schnastiness, some varying degrees of schnast. And that's what happened. That's a nice breakthrough. And then just walk in with... What? Was I not supposed to look this far? You blundered. Okay, I was about to say, if he drew that, why? Literally bishop d8. Literally bishop d8. King g8, king e7, king g7, bishop a5. You rotate the bishop around here, and then you walk your king, and then you walk your king around. You know, I won't mess this up. He let him take. And now it's winning. Because he let him take the other pawn too. I mean, it makes sense. He only has a little time on the clock. But the first thing you do is you play boring chess and secure the pawn. Literally bishop f8. You play this, you play bishop d8. You play king e7 and you go whoop de scoop de poop. And you never lose. Yeah, it was terrible. I mean, to be fair, you kind of deserved the win. So it's good that you got it in the end. You pushed too early, though. You gave him another chance to hold it, though. He didn't deserve this. You gave him more chances than he deserved. You're playing too fast. You're playing everything on intuition. You need to calculate sometimes. Time advantage is a thing. I know. But also winning chess games is a thing. Oh, sorry. It's Poof's turn, not your turn, 9p. It's Poof's turn. $21-21. Poof, it says you're not accepting challenges. Which is just rude if you ask me. Kidding. Let me whisper him. Why are you on Facebook, Norwegian? That's your first mistake. That's on you. You have no reason to be on Facebook. Or you probably don't have a reason to be on Facebook. No one ever has a reason to be on Facebook. Unless they actually have a reason to be on Facebook. But most of the time they don't. I've cut out 90% of my social media usage, and it's made my life significantly better. Can we play? Yep, but it says you're not accepting challenges, Poof. It won't let me challenge you. That's odd. You're odd. Try again. Bruv. Yep, not accepting challenges. Send me one. Facebook a lot and kind of does its thing and you begin to use it. No. Wonderful. I'll accept. There we go. Now we're chilling. Now we're chilling. Don't take this the wrong way, Norwegian. I can kind of see that. I could see you struggling to not engage people who should not be engaged. No, I didn't. It's a skill issue on my end. This first. Don't root for Poof. That's mean. Look at me. I'm the streamer now. Okay, wait. What do you mean even among? That acts like not all of them. How cringe am I? 12. What's your point? That's mean. I'm sorry. I should have said it like that. It is mean. I'm trying something new, Poof. It's been a while since we played this, so I don't remember my actual theory, so I'm just playing off vibe. At least say 10. No. No. Don't tell me what to say. Don't worry, Void. You're a 10. You're a dime. A cringe dime. Is that a thing? Can we call people cringe dimes? You said I'm a 10 at something? Hey. We take the dubs when we get them. I have no idea what I'm doing in this position. I'm just kind of doing things. A6? Maybe. F4? F4 is possible. I'm not sure. Being cringe can sometimes be a talent. This is true. Part of me wants to sack the exchange, which is probably very dumb. I have good news. Speak. I'm sacking the exchange. I don't feel like playing boring chess today. Current debate partner is this old gentleman, they usually are, that hate on the government. I am all for hating on the government. Heck, they are the color I don't like, but I'm not here for stupid wrong hating. The story goes that people are pretty mad because the policy interest rate is pretty high. Regardless, this guy hated on the Minister of Finance because he is CEO of the central bank. No math exam tomorrow? That is good news. I have no idea if this is sound or not. It just looks really cool. And that's enough for me. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple fish. My thought process is I plop the bishop on d4 and it's better than the rook. And this pawn is going to be a big problem for him long term. Queen e7 was good enough. I didn't like queen e7. Queen e7 gives him knight d5 with tempo. It felt a little bit much. And then I go, I don't even know where I go with the queen. That's the problem. I don't have a good square for the queen. Like f7 or something? Knight d5 doesn't do much. It's better than my bishop. It's better than my bishop 200%. Queen e6? Queen e6 loses an exchange. Congratulations. You've done a worse thing than I did. Yeah, queen e6 loses an exchange. I don't know what a wooden shield is. I didn't keep up with the lingo. Right. Why do you have to play the bots? I actually like my position. I don't know if it's good or not, but I kind of like it. Like, if you told me this is losing and I'm a dum-dum, I would believe you. But it kind of looks nice. Do a stream with only bots? Why? That's boring. Playing against bots is so boring. It's so boring. Because they don't play like humans, they play like bots. It's fun because they're strong. But I want to play against a strong chess player, not a strong bot. That's boring. It's boring. No feelings, no fun. Exactly. I can't play mind games with a bot. I can't try to figure out what a bot is thinking. That's not fun. You see new bots in like 30 minutes? Why? What does he play if I go here? Here. Just there. It guards everything. Rook B1. Rook B1 doesn't look threatening. Especially since, you know, it loses a rook and all. Yeah, I know, but I don't see a way to, like, break through. That's my problem. To break through on F2. Queen, I think Queen F7 is better than Queen F6. Maybe they're both okay. I don't know, I like Queen D6. Queen D6 is reasonable as well. But I'm not sure what it threatens. If AB, then I can take with, like, Bishop or something. Can I not? Rook takes? Oh. Queen D6 doesn't seem to threaten anything other than Bishop check, which is very easily dealt with by Queen E2. And after Queen E2, I'm not sure exactly what my goal was. Honestly, I'm kind of considering taking. Maybe Queen D6 is good just for the reason that now you can take. It's maybe worth considering. Do you spicy woman bad take? What? Why is there some any misquoting using the law like that? I'm almost pro. Like, if you want to use the law on any occasions, you need a logication law. No. I am very against that. Take with the rook, then rook F2, Queen F2, King H1, King H1, B6, rook B6. I have no idea what you're talking about. So, yes. No way. No way can he get away with that. That's what I'm saying. AXB is the safest, but since when is playing safe chess won you games? Never. Nah, no shot. No shot. No shot. I wonder if the exchange sack was good. GG's, GG's. Come on, please tell me the exchange sack was good. Please tell me the exchange sack was good. I want it to be good so bad. I want it to be good so bad. It was good. It was good. I am so very happy. It definitely wasn't best, but it was decent. So knight d4. It was best. It was best. It was best. Yes. I told you it was good. I told you. Oh ye of little faith. Oh ye of little faith. Come on, guys. Come on. Faith isn't my thing, evidently. Come on. I told you it was good. And look at this. This is going to be a bad move. Knight d5, and it's like +2. Majestic Richard Rapport. Thank you. I like the name Faith. That's a nice name. I knew a Faith. She was very friendly. I like her a lot. As an atheist, I don't believe in faith. Oh, ye of little faith. I don't believe in belief. Oh, well, fair enough. I respect it. Have a nice day. I told you this was bad. Look at this knight and this bishop. There's no comparison. This knight is 100 times better than this bishop. It's depressing. It's +2. Material's even, but it's +2 because of how much better this knight is. Yeah, I know. I told you this was bad. D takes worked. I'm so happy. F4 was better. Actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, but whatever. A4. Yeah, so F4 was better to push F3. And now if he goes like A5, then we go F3, right? And the nice part is now we just open up everything. We pry open the position. Did mention F4. You mentioned F4 earlier, Void. Don't try to take credit for that one. But in a different position. Yeah, you recommended F4 back. In this position is where you recommended F4. And F4 in this position is bad. F4 is bad in this position. Not like terrible, but not good. This bishop is very depressed. How bad? It's like +1. So the position goes from triple zeros pretty much to +1. Now it's better than the move I played, to be fair. Is it better than knight d4? It's about the same. The exchange sack was good. I'm so happy about that. Taking wasn't very good. This was a mistaken way of playing this idea, but I told you I should have taken. I knew it, man. A takes B, and then this is just losing. Right. See, you know what? You want to know why I saw this? Because when I was studying the Leningrad, I saw a positional exchange sack, and I was inspired. Why is A5 a blunder? It's not a blunder, it's a miss, because this is a gives some advantage to white, because white gets to play on the open file. White gets control over an open file. It's not free pawn, it's control over the open file, which is very important for the rooks. A5, not A4? Oh. Well, A4 is bad because it allows me to take, which I told you I could take. Nobody believed me. Nobody ever believes me. I could take. White's got a noticeable advantage here, and it goes from noticeable advantage to noticeable disadvantage, because after I take, it's not clear what you're doing. And this pawn is just going to push, and it's going to make your life very difficult. I saw a positional rook sack, exchange sack earlier today, and I was inspired, and I really, really wanted a piece. And so when I saw that it might have been good, I had to try it. And again, it's a harder position to play for white. Because this pawn, that's the thing. This pawn can never be removed. You can never remove the pawn without giving the exchange back. And if you give the exchange back, you're just going to be worse. Like if you do something like this, and I take like I did in the game and play like, I don't know, rook f4, and you decide to give the exchange back, it's at best even. But I prefer black's position, you know? Which honestly might have been the right practical choice, because it's very difficult to play with that pawn being as weak as it is. So you would have to give the exchange back. And if you give the exchange back, then I'm not any worse. If anything, I'm better because you have a weak pawn structure. But the way it worked out was even better for me. I told you guys the exchange sack was the best way of going about it. It's Bismos again. I love me a good exchange sack. They're so difficult to pull off accurately because, especially if it's like a positional one, not like not a, what's the word I'm looking for? Not a tactical one, then you have to play down in exchange for a while. It's like this, and then like bishop c4, right? Bismos might just. He is a capable chess player. As y'all might have noticed, I don't remember any theory. There's a b5 line that I hate. And just don't allow it. Most of the time you lose, when you get it, it's pure ecstasy. Ecstasy. Absolutely. c3 is always nice because it prevents the knight from jumping in, prevents b4, and allows the knight to rotate from c2 to like e3 or b4 or something. I can't not allow it. Sounds like a skill issue to me. I really like my position. I feel like I must be better. How much better is up for debate, but... let's go this way. Seven is definitely the best move. Oh, absolutely. 97 is 100% the best move. Totally. a5? I'm kind of provoking a5, and then I'm going to take the bishop. My point being a5 weakens the b5 pawns. This is... so I'm intentionally provoking a5. And this looked good to me from afar. Maybe I'm wrong, but... I was thinking bishop a3, but I guess he doesn't have to allow bishop a3. I just like the bishop pair. Thought he would take the bishop. I thought so too. I'm going to be honest, I didn't calculate this all the way down. So maybe, I guess he can get the bishop pair back, but then his bishop's worse. I can't decide. Very complicated position. Leaves me very unsure. If I'm allowed bishop a3, bishop b4, I'm definitely not worse, but he's not going to allow that. I would be surprised if rook a8 or something similar weren't played, but I guess I have a4 there. So how exactly do you prevent bishop a3? I guess queen a5. c4 is a move? c4 is absolutely a move, but I don't like it. c4 feels weakening. My pieces are already underdeveloped. I guess queen a5 is the best move, yeah? Queen b6. Okay, well here... I think I play bishop a3 anyway. If he takes on c3, I take on g6, I'm happy. I don't agree with queen b6, I think it's bad. This is why queen a5, in my opinion, was better. Queen f5 prevented bishop a3. Good for him. If he takes here, can I take this? Takes, one of the rooks comes to d8. I think it has to be this one. Rook c1. I don't know. Queen a5. Should do rook d8 annoying? Yeah, but I can't decide if it's good annoying or if it's just annoying annoying. Takes, bishop takes. Rook t8. t8. Rook c1. Queen c5? Queen c5 is possible. Actually, queen c5 is probably the move. Because either way, I'm still attacking one of the rooks, right? At the end of that line, I'm better, right? Because this pawn is on a dark square. I mean, it's not much better, but it is a slight advantage that I can play for long term. I could give him the queen for the two rooks here. I kind of want to. Not worth it? Are we sure it's not worth it? How sure are we exactly that it's not worth it? Your rooks aren't controlling much? Not right now, but they have a future. And that also gives me a passer, which is easily defended by my bishop. I mean, I can include rook a c1 first. Rook a c1, queen a5. Then I go bishop takes. Bishop takes, rook takes, pawn takes. Queen c5 is a very rational move that definitely holds the position, and I'm okay. Rook c1, queen c5. What? Rook c1 followed by queen c5 is also possible. I don't know why I'm not... Hello, Isaiah. Welcome back. Rook c1, queen a5, bishop takes b8, rook takes d5, pawn takes d5. Queen c8, so bishop to a7. Rook fc. Rook fc, queen a5. But if I don't like the rook from f going, because that leaves the rook on this diagonal, which lets him play e4 with tempo. Rook fc is better if I'm not taking this, which I really am thinking about taking this. I'm very much considering taking this. Queen c5 is the most rational move. It's probably good. But after queen c5, like queen takes, bishop takes, he gets like rook d2, and I have to play the endgame, where I'm equal objectively, but he has a more active rook. I don't want to play that endgame. I want to play real chess. I want to play man chess. I want to take the rook and say, I double dog dare you to beat me in this position. That's what I want to do. And you know what? Society can't stop me. I'm doing pretty darn well, Evolve. Society can't stop me from playing bad chess. Now he's calculating. How are you doing, Evolve? I got an exchange sack last game that ended up being good and was like triple zeros after the exchange sack. I hate chess. I do hate chess. I also love chess. We have a love-hate relationship. It's kind of toxic, not gonna lie. It was the most solid option and maybe the best. I'm taking the rook afterwards. I just want y'all to know, this isn't me saying I'm not taking the rook. This is me taking the rook. I am going to take that rook. I am playing the exchange, the two rooks for the queen. It's over. I have decided. I'm doing it. I love my tato. You can only hate what you love. That's not true. I hate a lot of things I don't love. I hate chess haters. I'm taking... I told you guys. I am taking this rook. There's a 100% chance of taking the rook. I'm also threatening mate. Or mate equivalent ideas. I'm also threatening to push the pawn. You can't tell me that I don't have anything here. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I must have something. I must have something. I must. It's gotta be. I believe. I'm doing good. One of my brothers gave his old PC and I spent 2-3 hours logging in everything I have on my laptop. Still need to make this. So the games I'm going to run. One of the specs, if you don't mind my asking. Very not true, but sounds good, which is all that matters. Yes. That's fair. I can respect that. Guys, there must be something. He has to play g6 or h6. He's got to play g6 or h6, which means I get a free tempo, which means I get to play d6, and I'm going to play d7, and I'm going to play rook c8, and I'm going to play like d8 equals queen, or like queen, bishop c7, and I don't know, I know nothing about computers. Fair enough. That seems a little parasocial, Void. I don't know how I feel about that one. And plus, word is supposed to be one word. Why are you giving me a whole sentence? Seems a little parasocial. It's the same. It's not the same. It's not the same, and you're not the same. Guys, trust me. Bro, trust me. Look at this. You can't tell me that this position is bad for the white pieces. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Come on. Guys, believe in me. Believe in me. Believe in me like a tenth as much as I believe in myself. Whoa, Isaiah, calm down. Hold on a second. Time out. Time out. Believe in me, chat. I don't know. I'm not going to be offended that easy. I don't know what's happening. I have dementia. Most sane Alchemedian Blobfish viewer. Guys. What does dementia do? It slowly degrades your memory. Did you see the meme I sent on the Discord? Probably. Which meme? It's like Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is a version of dementia. It's a subcategory of dementia. So yes. Or it might be the other way around. I'm pretty sure Alzheimer's is a subcategory of dementia. Nice. I told you guys this was good. You guys didn't believe in me. Y'all were trying to talk me down. You tried to talk me down from the exchange sack too. Exactly. God'll. That's why you're a doctor. This is why you're a doctor. That's how you got your medical license, is by giving good advice like that. I mean, right? I'm in love with the coco. I mean, right? Any questions? Any questions? Is that a Rickroll in Macedonian? I needed to read half of the first sentence and I got it. 91.2. 91.2% accuracy. Oh, guys. 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 Why didn't he go back with the queen? Oh, there's nothing you could do. It was over. It told you it worked. A 4-hour stream? My stream's always 4 hours. Actually, sometimes it's 5. If I end stream too late. This was a mistake. He had to do this. Queen d8. Bishop a7. And I'm pretty sure this loses on the spot to rook c8, so he can't even take the pawn. Yeah, just about. It's no, it's 10:59. You're 1 hour off. Yeah, it's defended, but you can't take the pawn yet. So you have to play h6 first, and then I get the chance to play rook fd, and I still hold on to this pawn. And I still have full compensation. I mean, I'm up material. I don't have compensation. I'm up material. And it's not obvious to me how you prevent me from just pushing everything. It's definitely harder to play as black here. It's giving like bishop d8. Absolutely. So queen c5 was the best move. Y'all were right, but I didn't want to play queen c5. I wanted bishop takes b8. Yeah, you don't understand, guys. I didn't want that. I wanted to win. I said it. Shh. I wanted this. And look at this. It's already losing after g6. It's already losing after g6. g6, d5, queen takes a2, d7, it's +5. 2100 is washed. True. Rook c8, queen a5, and then bishop c7 is just done. The game ends. GG's. That's not breaking news, but everyone knows that, Isaiah. That's old news. Man, you need to learn from me. No, I've already been to your elo before. Didn't like it too much, so I decided to pass it by. The queue is unfortunately closed, Isaiah. That's why Gotham could beat you blindfolded. I had a winning position against Gotham, and he was not blindfolded. When I got my winning position. For the record. Even a poor plan is better than no plan at all. Do a chess game against all of chat? I mean, I could, but like 300 elo isn't that much, you know? And so like it'd be fine, but because that's the average elo of my chat. It's 300, right? I'm pretty sure it was 300 last time I checked. Ooh. And that's with Cormac. Cormac's like 2150. So Cormac's only 2066. Never mind, it's 250. Never mind, it's 250. Cormac lost elo. Sorry. I thought Cormac was still at 2150. If he was at 2150, then it'd be 300, but Cormac dropping elo hurts a lot. 600? What push are you talking about, man? Should be 7, knight g2. c6, it should be 2. a5. Come on, where's queen e8? Oh, knight a6. You have the Neiman spirit. It's fine, don't worry. a3, knight a6. Yeah, how am I supposed to keep y'all honest? New gaming as chapter Cormac's game? No, I have to go to bed. I'm tired. I have a lot of stressful work at school tomorrow. That's not actually a joke. I'm actually, it's actually causing me much distress. Which is why my chest has been so up and down. And why I lost Ela today. There's a nap time. What do you mean nap time? It's over past 11 p.m. Knight c7. Rook a1. Bedtime? Yeah, it's bedtime. I go night-night. Hold on a second. Doesn't knight b4 just give a bunch of tempi? Like, why not play queen e8 instead of knight b4? Knight b4 just feels like it gives white's speed on the queen side. Is knight b6 the move for white? I mean, most certainly. Here you take on c8, which gives you the bishop pair, slows down black's attack, and also allows something like bishop c3 where we're tempoing the pawn. And now it's difficult to hold on to everything. Queen side attack. Chat, man. Rook c1, rook a6, knight a3, queen h5, b4, knight g4, h3, knight v5. Cormac's given his opponent a lot of tempi, and I'm not comfortable with it. And now look how, because of that, Cormac's attack is slower than his opponent's push on the queen side. Because he's twice now he's pushed the knight and retreated it. f4, he takes, bishop takes h3. Ooh, but now white gave black a tempo. You don't need to secure the pawns. You need to push now. If you don't push now, you'll lose now. f4, and see this proves the point. 3 tempi and it's over. Ooh. 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 Yeah. Ooh. See, look how interesting this is. This shows both the attacking potential and the death potential of the Dutch. It took me a long time to come up with that. Anyway. Because Cormac played really well, except he gave his opponent basically 2 or 3 free tempi. You gave your opponent 2 tempi and you were losing because of it, but then he gave you 1 and you won. That's how crazy this opening is. Cormac is the attacking master. Yeah, he's like tall reincarnated. He's like a mini tall. We'll call him short. Okay, that's it. The stream's done. we can leave. That's it. That's all for today. That's all, folks. That's it. Or that's all. We'll rate Thinker Teacher. Someone who has brain cells. Knight g4, rook f2. Keep on the radar. Yes, absolutely. Sleepy jokes. Yeah, tired jokes. Oh. We rate Thinker Teacher, who's like actually good at chess and teaches like tactics and threats and basically tries to coach the internet, which makes him a braver man than I. I know him. I mean, y'all should. I've rated him quite a few times before. Is the raid actually going through? There it is. I don't? Well, it's your lucky day. I watch Gotham Chess? Based. Well, I'm not rating Gotham Chess with the 8 viewers. That's just rude. Anywho, have an excellent night, y'all. Appreciate y'all stopping by. Good night.